Good morning and welcome to this third day of the second seminar on music and social transformation. This academic event is organized by Fundación Nacional Batuta, the Mayor's Office of UAG, and it is possible thanks to the support of our sponsors, Ministry of Culture, Bank of the Republic, Fundación Bolívar de Vivienda, and its project, the Young Philharmonic Orchestra, the British Council, and Ecopetrol. Some entities have joined this seminar, the Embassy of the United States of America in Colombia, Fundación Bavaria, Fundación Bancolombia, Universidad del Tolima. We thank our allies and sponsors for the valuable support they have given us and for believing in the transformative power of music. All contents of the seminar can be accessed with simultaneous translation on a free online platform at www.simts.co. We invite you to share this link with your friends and family who might be interested in the transformative power of music. Please also follow us on our social networks at Fundación Batuta on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram, at Alcaldía de Ibagué on Facebook and Twitter, and Alcaldía de Ibagué on Instagram. You can publish your pics and interact with other participants through a hashtag #MakeChangeSound. I really like this topic of today because it's really relevant in our context today in this hybrid format that we are meeting. There are lots of things that we need to discuss on this session. The topic is liquid and virtual world, music and musicians in virtual reality during and after the pandemic. The questions that will inform our discussion today are the following: how to reconfigure the music industry, localization and globalization, where is music, collaborative projects mediated by technology at a distance. So to begin with these debates and reflections, we welcome this academic panel, Social Convergence in Times of Spatial Distancing, the Role of Music During the Pandemic. Participants are Alberto Cabello with his research project, Uses and Perceptions of Music During COVID-19 Times, Remy Chu, who will speak about the functions of making music during confinement, and Helena Daffin, who will present Singing Together, the experience of choirs in the UK. Celia Fischer will moderate. She studied in Berlin, Moscow, and Hamburg. She incorporated into the Secretary General of the International Music Council, and now she acts as Secretary General since 2009. And this outstanding global network, she is in charge of cultural policy representation and member relations, and she oversees the implementation of technical programs. In addition to her great passion for music and its transformative power, she believes in strategic collaboration towards social promotion that is effective. Celia, it is a pleasure to welcome you at this seminar, and Maria Claudia and I welcome you. You have the floor.
Thank you very much, Grace. Muchas gracias. Thank you, Maria Claudia. First of all, a warm, happy 30th anniversary to the Fundación Nacional Batuta, of course. Thank you very much for the work you're doing, the important work you're doing, and thank you for inviting me to the academic committee and also to moderate this panel this morning. Good morning, everybody in the hall, but also our audience, our virtual audience. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening from wherever you are joining this panel today. As was said, this is the first panel of the day that is dedicated to liquid and virtual worlds. And we will be looking into the topic of social convergence in times of spatial distancing and explore the role of music during the COVID-19 pandemic. Now, the notion that inhabited all of us during the pandemic and still there is the notion of social distancing, which is completely wrong. And that's why we chose to use the notion of spatial distancing. And we will look at how music has been and can be a tool for social convergence during this time of spatial distancing. We heard already during the previous days about the role of music for well-being, and this was very nicely highlighted in the previous sessions. It became evident, this role of music as a tool for well-being of people became also really evident for everybody, I think, during the pandemic. But let's take the conversation about this role of music further and look how music and how musical practices actually held up in times of spatial distancing. And in order to explore this theme, I'm surrounded by experts who have done consequent research on this topic. And we have Alberto Cabedo from Spain with us, Helena Dufferin from the UK, and Remy Chu, who's joining from the US, if I understand correctly. So without further ado, I would like to give the floor first to Alberto Cabedo, who is a tenured professor of music at the Jaume University of Castellón in Spain. Alberto studied music, specializing in violin. He holds an MA in music from the Estonian Academy of Music and Theatre in Tallinn. He holds also an MA in Peace, Conflict and Development Studies from the Jaume I University and a PhD from that same university. Alberto is coordinator of research projects in music education and authored several books and more than 80 articles in scientific journals. The topic of Alberto's presentation is Uses and Perceptions of Music in Times of COVID-19, a Spanish survey. And the floor is yours, Alberto.
Thank you very much, Celia, and thank you very much to my co-presenters for being here. I'm going to share my presentation now, and then, I'm sorry. So, can you see the presentation?
Yes, but not in presentation mode, Alberto.
Now?
Yes.
Sí. Okay, so thank you very much. I'm gonna now speak in Spanish. Okay, so with the permission of my co-presenters.
Thank you, and thank you to Fundación Batuta for inviting me to this very significant panel to introduce my research project. In Spain, on 14th March, we were confined due to the pandemic, and this confinement had some positive effects, but lots of negative effects on psychological well-being, like confusion, anger, fear. Literature seems to have compared these sorts of effects with those produced in situations similar to those people that have suffered from kidnapping. Within this framework, music has also been explored, and its positive effects have been explored. So our purpose was to have a look at the potential of music, both in psychological well-being, personal well-being, so that people help uh, to help them feel better, help evade these negative effects, and also the effects on social well-being, the power of music when we make music together with other people. So music to boost cohesion and a sense of belonging. So in a sense, the pandemic was very fruitful regarding new musical initiatives that became immediately popular, open platforms, online concerts, music challenges, influencers that used music to communicate, online learning, even this beautiful initiative to make music out of balconies and terraces. So in this context, we designed a questionnaire called Musivid, and the purpose of this survey was to get to know whether the pandemic had modified, number one, the uses of music and the perception of people about the value of music towards well-being of people and society in general. And so immediately after the beginning of the pandemic, 2 weeks after, at the end of March, April, we launched the survey and it was open for about 1 or 2 weeks. The response was wonderful because over those 2 weeks, we managed to get answers from about 2,000 people, all of them in Spain, who answered the questionnaire. We do have different demographic information from the surveys, but let me share the results with you, the general overview of the results. Seemingly, during the pandemic, people did say that they made massive use of music. Everyone said they were listening to music every day and that they were using and consuming music more than before the pandemic. Yes, a number of studies say that music consumption went down during the pandemic, but actually these study projects refer to music platforms. And indeed, yes, sometimes people use these platforms when they are commuting, but it's not related to actual music consumption and active listening. And we include musical practice here. Most people said that their music practice was similar, but many people said that during the pandemic, the amount of time they dedicated to music had increased. They also reported that during the pandemic, they had got to know new music styles and new kinds of music. They also mentioned the social initiatives that were born during the pandemic. They say that most people knew, and there was lots of people who participated in these initiatives, these musical initiatives like online concerts, platforms, festivals, etc. We also see that the initiative to make music from the balconies really permeated the population in general because most people participated, whether as a listener or clapping or singing or dancing and making music in general. So the perception of the impact of music during confinement, the general perception, is very high. And the value of music towards social perception, this idea of how music could help other people, the pandemic made this perception to change, increasing that value. So after the pandemic, they had a more positive outlook about music. These are the general results, but when we delve a little bit deeper into the details, indeed, we can see that there are a couple of buts. The first one came when we started analyzing the use of music in function of gender, the different uses of men and women. And we do see that indeed there are no difference in frequency between men and women. We did see that the pandemic had exacerbated gender stereotypes in musical taste. Men danced less during the pandemic because For men, this was a social activity, but women danced and sang more because these are associated to other activities at the home or during sports activities. But men played more instruments because maybe they had more time, but women were more busy, so they didn't have as much time. On the other hand, we also saw that women had shown more interest in exploring music diversity. They had taken deeper interest in different kinds of music and to get to know new musical initiatives. However, active participation was less of that of men. So women were more interested, but they had less active participation. On the other hand, when we discussed about perceptions on the value of music, there was no significant difference on the value of music towards personal well-being. But women did believe that music had a bigger effect on the lives of other people. When we analyze the labor situation, we realized that 10 people, those people that were working from home or that had been let go, these people increased their musical consumption because exposure to music is mainly at home. And these people that were worse off had dedicated more time to music and to discover new music, perhaps because the capacity to discover new music can affect positively the well-being of people. On the other hand, the perception of the value of music, elder people who had been the most affected by the pandemic, it had a direct impact on the well-being and on the users. These people dedicated less time to music, less time to discover new music, and the value was lower regarding their perception of music towards their personal and social well-being. These are the main conclusions of the study. We have many, but these are the main. But in the end, this shows that the people of Spain had a general perception that music helps their well-being. In social, difficult circumstances, music contributes to well-being. On the other side, the kind of music that was made, the social character was above the aesthetic dimension, and so the idea to make music with other people is seen as an act of solidarity. I make music for people or with people because it helps them, not me. So music is an act of social transformation. So these are the results of this studies. Of this study, these information has been already published, together with other researchers. And so, thank you very much. If you have any questions or need any clarification.
Thank you very much, Alberto, for sharing this first research about situation in Spain. Very interesting insights on, for example, on the fact that the uses seem to have been replicated actually. The usual habits of music listening have been replicated, the stereotypes of genre, for example, and also the fact that that you highlighted, for example, women being more interested in exploring a greater diversity of musical expressions. Very interesting. I think the co-panelists will have questions maybe also later. Let's, for the time being, turn to Helena, go to the UK. Helena, welcome. And before giving the floor to you, I will just make a short introduction. Helena Daffron We'll speak about singing together but far away and explore the UK choir's experience for us during this panel. Helena is an associate professor at the University of York, where she received her BA, MA, and PhD. She completed her singing training at the Trinity Laban College of Music in London and developed her own teaching practice whilst enjoying a career as a freelance oratorio soloist, opera singer, and chorister. Her research combines the disciplines of performance, science, and technology to investigate the singing voice, especially utilizing virtual reality technology to deepen the understanding of the processes and benefits of group singing. Helena, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Okay, can everybody hear me and see my presentation? Bear with me. Can everyone see that? Yeah,
Yes.
Great. Thank you very much. So my research focuses around everything to do with singing, really, and especially singing together and what that means. And I've been working on virtual choirs for about 6 years now. So when COVID-19 hit, we saw an opportunity to better understand what it is about singing together that is so special for so many people. It often isn't until something's taken away that we fully appreciate its value. We surveyed just under 4,000 UK choir members and facilitators about their experience of the first lockdown, which took place in March 2020 in the UK. We were interested in finding out how they had adapted to the situation, whether they'd carried on, and what their experience was. We found that 2 main models were adopted, which were a live model involving the classical now Zoom choir, and that's any teleconferencing software that allows you to interact in real time, as I'm doing with you now. It works as a social occasion particularly well, but if we want to make music together, everyone will need to mute themselves so that you only hear yourself in the space. The delay is too great for us to actually make music together. The other live version that took place was for people to stream their choir rehearsals, for instance, over YouTube or Facebook Live. The only interaction that can then take place for anybody who wants to take part is to put chats into the chat boxes and interact that way. The graph on the right-hand side shows you the extent to which these models were taken up. So the live streamed version, less so. The live teleconferencing model was the one that was taken up by most of the people surveyed. The other model was multi-tracked. Now this involves you recording yourself, singing your part to a piece of music with a backing track that's been pre-prepared. You send your track into your choir director and they mix together all the solo tracks into a choral recording. People likened this experience very much to being like karaoke. Some people found it very isolating and exposing to hear themselves singing, but it did give a delayed gratification of being able to hear themselves blending with other people, even though it was after the act had taken place. There's no real social element to this model. So what people did to bring in a social element was to have a hybrid version with Zoom choirs where they could network socially, perhaps rehearse once a week, and then create the multi-track model as well, which is very time consuming to do. Through thematic analysis, we identified 6 main themes. Now, participation practicalities, choir continuity, well-being, and social aspects all had positive and negative attributes associated with them. Across all 4 was an overwhelming sense that virtual choirs provided a lifeline for many people during that lockdown. It gave them a social contact. It allowed them to maintain the sense of community they had with their choir. And this was all intertwined with a strong sense of loyalty within choral communities. However, within that was an overwhelming sense of loss of their real choir. And some people found that interacting in the social choir actually heightened that sense of loss. It exposed to them what they could no longer have. Practically, Geographical boundaries were blurred. You no longer had physical restrictions to joining a choir, but you need access to technology and you need to be able to use that technology. Musically, the two musical themes of musical elements and co-creation through singing were far less rewarding for most people. Some people did say that they managed to work on their own vocal skills because they couldn't hide within their choir anymore. They had to listen to themselves sing. But generally speaking, it was musically far less rewarding to be in a virtual choir. And co-creation through singing, any real-time adaptation of musical creation was lost in virtual choirs. The participants say it best: we all miss the powerful swell of harmony that is experienced in a room with a large group of singers. Choirs develop by the members singing together in a real acoustic and adjusting to what each singer hears. So overwhelmingly from our study, what we found was that the magic of singing together in a real space was lost. And it's quite hard for people to actually pinpoint what that is. But no virtual model yet provides the solution to replace live singing, and it probably never will. We know that singers need a very small delay to be able to sing with real-time interaction over networks. And singers need to adjust to each other in real time to blend together for their harmonies to work. They have a strong sense that they need to be in a shared space. And often that is connected to this understanding that part of that shared space is to share the acoustics of the setting. Our findings support other studies that have looked at virtual choirs and found that they are potentially very beneficial to some people, and essentially they are better than nothing. I just want to highlight that that study was done of the first lockdown, and since then choirs, I know, have been engaging with some of the more bespoke technology that is being developed at the moment. There are a lot of virtual solutions out there looking at reducing this delay, and they do work. And this slide is just for reference for people to try things out, really. That final line, the Viva NMP, is a system that we've been developing at York, and we're taking on board this message that we need to be sharing an acoustic space. We need to feel like we are actually singing together. And so that's what we are doing. We're adding a virtual acoustic to our virtual choir and allowing you to sit within your choir so you hear the other voices around you. We want this latency to be very low so that we have a delay of less than 30 milliseconds. It needs to be achievable on home connections so that people can do it from home and be easy to implement. That's what we're aiming for. And those are some of the acoustics we've been playing with that you can see on the right. So what is the future for virtual choirs? We've learned from this study and from other studies that have taken place about connecting with music across the pandemic. Teleconferencing is inadequate for group singing. Yes, it provided a lifeline, but often mainly a social connection. New solutions are rapidly being developed, not just by us. That spreadsheet showed you that there's a lot of solutions being developed at the moment, and we are getting the latencies very low. Sharing an acoustic space is really important for singing, as people want to be able to hear themselves interact with each other and that space. So our use of interactive immersive audio, which is what we're implementing in our Viva NMP system, could hopefully improve virtual choirs. We hope that the virtual acoustic will help to cope with the latency, so we will never get the delay to zero, but we can maybe find ways to manage that better. An improved sense of immersion and presence in the virtual choir so that you are sat and you at least hear yourself connected with those other singers around you. And maybe this can start to bring back some of the magic of what happens when we sing together in a real shared physical space. But the big question that I have and I want to put to the conference is where I think we need to focus our energy is to look to develop high quality hybrid models that can be developed so that we can sustain interest in virtual choirs beyond COVID-19. Because as restrictions lift and we are able to come together and sing together in a real space again and regain that magic That's a wonderful thing to be able to do. But there is a large community of people out there who cannot do that. And don't you think it's fair that as we're building this technology, we give them a chance to have that magic too? Thank you to everybody who helps with this research. And here's a list of references for anyone who wants further reading. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Helena, for sharing this research on the virtual choirs. I think virtual choirs is really a word we have learned during the pandemic. It has accompanied us through the pandemic, and from personal experience from the International Music Council, where we have a number of choir organizations among our members. I can also tell you that I heard also colleagues saying, I can't hear the word virtual choir anymore. I think you made it very obvious, all the positive, but also the negative effects that that this practice had on the singers, and this importance. I think you really highlighted it several times, the importance of sharing an acoustic space, and also the need to sense an immersion into this. And I took your question. We will come to it later, maybe in a discussion among the four of us. So it's well noted. Thank you very much for sharing the question. And then I would like to invite Remy for his presentation. Remy joins from the United States of America. Professor Xu is a coordinator of the music program at the Loyola Maryland University. He's a musicologist specializing in Renaissance music and the history of medicine. He authored Plague and Music in the Renaissance, published by Cambridge University Press, which examines the role of music and music creation in medical, spiritual, and civic strategies to fight the plague. His research on music from past epidemics has yielded some unexpected insights into music making under COVID-19, some of which have appeared in the press, in The Guardian, NPR, and others. And his latest research focuses on the role of music in popular quasi-scientific entertainment of the early 20th century, such as the medicine show or the freak show. Remy will talk to us about the functions of music, making music in confinement, and the floor is yours, Remy.
Thank you. Thank you for having me here. All right, I think we're set up. As a historian, my research questions and methods are very different from my fellow panelists. Over the past year, I've been looking into plague histories for ways that we can understand and evaluate our musical and also sonic practices during COVID, to ask what is at stake medically, but also sociologically, when we sing with our neighbors or when we do something as simple as ringing a bell. To illustrate how history, I think, can shape our thinking, I want to start with two documents from medieval Europe. First is an anonymous plague treatise that's interesting to me because it brings together categories of things that we tend to keep separate in our modern conceptions of health. So the passage starts here. During the plague, avoid the public baths, conversations, and associating with many people, for it is contagious. Striking many, and one man speaking or bathing with another brings about the plague. So to our modern eyes, this seems to be very good advice, urging spatial distancing on account of physical contagion. But then it takes a turn. For in such times, it continues, speaking about the plague is to be avoided, because the imagination alone and also deep cogitation and fear brings on the plague bubo. So you should avoid people not only because they carry contagion, but because they spread bad news. And hearing bad news can disturb the mind and cause the body to be stricken by plague. And to kind of show that this is not just hyperbole, we can even see this concern for auditory disturbance influencing civic policy. So during the Black Death, the city of Pistoia in Italy decreed that in order that the sound of bells does not attack or arouse fear amongst the sick, the keepers of a cathedral's bell tower shall not allow any of the bells to be rung during funerals. So what these documents together show is that one had to be very careful about the emotional disturbances caused by the things that they hear. Now today, as we're rediscovering those bonds between mind and body, we're also becoming similarly concerned about how sounds and emotions can affect us. So the CDC COVID guidelines on the website advise taking breaks from watching, reading, or listening to news stories, because hearing about pandemic can be upsetting. So the social media is a new bathhouse that we should avoid. And as in Pistoia nearly 700 years ago in Nembro, one of the early epicenters of COVID, the parish priests suspended bell tolling. So one of them told reporters that their sound was so psychologically devastating and that they fueled anxiety. And municipalities in that region also stopped the use of ambulance sirens for that same reason. So what these historical and contemporary examples remind those of us who work in sound studies or who use sound in our rituals is that we need to be mindful of their possible harmful effects and be very critical of our own sonic practices. As an example of a problematic ritual, a reverend in New York last year recorded the sound of his church bell and played a ring for every life lost in America. And that was 218,000 on the day he began. So over 2 weeks, Walter tolled his recorded bell at a low volume once every 6 seconds, 24 hours a day. So there were neighbors who complained vociferously, saying that it would exacerbate anxiety and PTSD and disturb those who are sick. So it may be very tempting to dismiss these complaints, but with a broader view, I think we can perhaps appreciate the potential harm that sounds and the symbolisms of those sounds can inflict. Let's go back to Renaissance doctors. So one way that they counteracted the effects of disturbing sounds and stories was to prescribe musical recreation. So here's a passage from the 16th century plague treatise, and it's quite typical of many that I've surveyed. Dr. Nicola Massa here says that many people from fear and imagination alone have fallen to pestilential fever. Therefore, it is necessary to be joyful. And one way to do that is to listen to songs and instrumental music, and to play and sing with a quiet voice. So while Nicola Massa here is describing using music in private as a personal prophylaxis, early modern Europeans also used music in public rituals like masses and plague processions. But during lockdown, regardless of how powerful and important the church was, congregations of people had to stop. Making music at home separately together became a substitute for going to mass or going to plague processions. So in one case, in 1576, when the Milanese were under lockdown, the archbishop had the church bells ring 7 times a day, and each time he would send deputies to the streets to encourage people to come to the windows and doors and sing religious songs with each other. So music was evidently a very useful tool for maintaining individual biological and spiritual health, as well as maintaining a sense of social cohesion when public gatherings of people had to stop. As many of us saw in the early days of lockdown, the Italians, not necessarily knowing this history, did exactly the same thing, substituting religious songs with popular tunes, folk songs, even patriotic anthems. And similar practices spread across the world and took on many different forms that also revolved around sound, such as ringing bells, clapping, or hitting pots and pans together. Now, if we consider our historical example from Milan again, we can perhaps see other functions of these rituals. The bishop sent deputies out onto street corners to ensure participation and to monitor the citizens. And today, during these rituals, we may not have deputies monitoring us, but those rituals do allow neighbors to surveil each other, to make sure that each other's okay, but also to symbolically signal compliance with COVID restrictions. So for example, in this call for participation to weekly bell ringing, the organizer wanted citizens to show that they are dedicated to overcoming the present situation. So these rituals allowed for a formation of communities of interest among a larger population that may or may not be taking the pandemic very seriously. So these are just some of the ways that I think a consideration of historical practices in plague years can help us interrogate our own practices today, to ask critically what it is that we're doing when we use sound in rituals, and to perhaps be empathetic to different people's experiences of sound and music during our current crisis. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Remy, for taking us back centuries ago to remind us of the bonds between the mind and the body, to remind us of effects that sound can have, both harmful and beneficial effects. And I think you shared with us really interesting examples, once again, centuries ago, and making the bridge to today's world. Very interesting. I definitely will take with me away the social media as the new bathhouse. Found it very interesting indeed, to be avoided. Thank you so much to the three of you for sharing the insights of your research, which shed light on our topic from very different angles. I would have a question to each one of you, and I also invite each one of you maybe to think of a question you would like to ask the colleague. So my first question goes to Alberto. Among the very broad list of findings that you shared with us, which one was most striking for you personally?
Hi, thank you very much. Well, it's difficult to say because, I mean, there were like many of them. I just only presented some of them. But I would say, if I would have to say one of them, I would say probably this concerning old people. Like this feeling of indeed, I mean, it is surprising that all the people had this feeling of music can connect other people, that music can create beneficial effects on my well-being, on others' well-being. But I mean, to me, it was, let's say, surprising, or at least worrying, that people who actually feel more vulnerable, they don't feel that strong, this feeling of connectedness that music can create. So I think there's much to work on that, and I think we have connection in here with Helena's presentation, I think, at some point, because indeed, I mean, I think in at least in Spain, many old people felt really alone. Not only because we were in confinement, but after even the confinement, people didn't want to go to see their families because you could harm old people. And that was really strong to, I think, psychological well-being of all people. And I think we as musicians and as researchers, we think we are really, we think we really have the power to enhance other people's life. But it is interesting to see that we still have challenges here. There's still much way to do, and there's still much to research in that aspect, and particularly yeah, with these old people, I think there's something we really need to reflect and work from now on.
Thank you, Alberto. In this case, I would like to turn to Helena immediately. Did your research approach the also the question of age in the choirs?
Yes, it did, absolutely. So that first graph on the first slide shows you that we had a distribution of age where the most of the respondents were between 40 and 60. That was kind of the big peak of that curve. I think it was quite similar, Alberto. I was trying to look at the graphs on my other screen at the same time. I think it was quite a similar distribution in terms of respondents. But we did certainly find that it was under 30s less so engaged with virtual choirs regularly, but there was a real divide with older generations that we definitely saw what Alberto saw, in that some people felt truly vulnerable and isolated, and actually the thought of having to understand technology in even to the point of starting a Zoom call was too much, and they just said absolutely not. And then when they realized that they couldn't sing together, they disengaged. Others felt isolated, low, and they genuinely said that their virtual choir was the only social interaction they had in a week, and they said, you know, it was their lifeline. So very similar to the findings, that it depended on your social situation, and probably, and we didn't investigate this in the data, we didn't ask the right questions to, but probably personality type as well is my guess.
Yes.
Yeah.
Thank you, Helena. I'm being mindful of time. I see there are 3 questions, so I would then open the floor to the questions from the audience. And I hear that Maria Claudia Parias would like to ask a question, so I give the floor to you, Maria Claudia.
Thank you very much, Celia. I would like to ask Alberto if the survey research that you have from Spain found some correlation between musical taste, so that is to say the music that people listen to, and regional and traditional music. Did you find that there was an aspect of identity and territory when it came to the desire to listen to certain types of music? Was that related to identity and territory?
I'm sorry, I'm not sure if the question was addressed to me.
Yes.
Because I couldn't. Yes. So the thing, sorry for that, but the thing is, like, I cannot hear very good. Claudia, sorry, Maria Claudia. I cannot.
Alberto,
Maybe Maria Claudia could repeat the question.
Can you hear me? I will ask you in Spanish, Alberto. No, Alberto does not hear me. What shall we do? Now I can hear you, if you would like to repeat the question. No. Sila, ¿me escuchas? Debo hacer la pregunta en inglés. What I was asking is, in the national survey that you did in Spain, looking at musical taste and preferences during lockdown and the pandemic, you found a correlation between musical taste and what people were listening to, and also the idea of territorial identity, regional identity in Spain. To be honest with you, we didn't really go into so much detail there. We didn't look at how musical taste connected with other aspects of people's lives. It is true that when it came to musical use, we asked very broad question: what kind of music are you listening to? And it seems that there was there were a lot of people listening to rock, and it seems like that was the dominant type of music. But to be honest, we didn't really ask this question of identity more deeply. We didn't ask about the meaning of these musical tastes and each person's identity. However, that is something that we have asked ourselves, and we've thought of examining this in a later stage of the research. So the idea would take this quantitative and descriptive survey and make it a little more qualitative and ask people further questions about some other matters. And amongst those questions we have planned to ask, we would include the question that you've just asked us, because it's a very interesting topic, without a doubt. Thank you, Alberto. My pleasure.
Thank you very much. Claudia Toni would like to ask a question. Claudia, tienes la palabra.
Yes, it's more of a comment than a question. Elena, I would like perhaps if you could comment on what I'm about to say. Here we've been speaking about if you look at what's happened in past years and past decades in Latin America, well, I'm 66 years old. I remember in my youth, choirs were very, very popular in our countries. They were enormously popular. We even had choir competitions. We would all sing a lot. We also had choir festivals, but that tradition, I think, has disappeared. In my opinion, that is due to the fact that music was transformed into something experiential. No, it's something that you go to observe as a member of the audience. It's something that you go to watch rather than to participate in. And that's a problem that I see in Latin America, and especially in my country. In Brazil, this is terrible. We've lost many beloved choirs. So my observation here of what Elena has shared with us is that in a certain way, what is positive is that I believe that after the pandemic, a lot of people will continue, with this desire or will to actually participate in and practice singing in choirs. I know that our context is very different to Europe. I have read that 4% of the European population sings. And in some countries, even 10% of the population sings in choirs. So, Elena, perhaps you could expand a little on what I've just said.
Yes, I missed the beginning, but I think I totally agree with you. I mean, there's been a big resurgence of choir singing, certainly in the UK, but it's also across Europe in the last 10 years. And there's a really strong narrative that singing together is good for your well-being. There are other claims for therapeutic choirs, etc. And it's certainly become a much more popular activity again. And I think that absolutely the pandemic will have highlighted, now once it's gone, will have highlighted for people that actually live music, either as an audience member or as a participatory member of that choir, is really nurturing to us as humans. And so I think we will see a great resurgence in choir participation in person. But there is also this community. So I'm working on a project with a choir that's just started in-person rehearsals again. And they've actually got a community of people who are distraught that they are going back to in-person rehearsals because they, for whatever reason, cannot take part in those choirs. So my hope is that, yes, we take from this that how important being in a shared space and singing together is, and that there is a greater uptake in both choir singing, but also people engaging as audiences to those choirs, but that we can also find ways to maintain a virtual connection so that people can join who wouldn't be able to be there personally. So yeah, I agree entirely, and fingers crossed that that's what happens.
Thank you very much, Claudia, for the question and the comment, and Helena, indeed, for your answer to it. And I have a last question from Juan Luis Restrepo. Please, the floor is yours.
Thank you.
I will ask in Spanish. I was really impressed by the historical reflection, looking at how sounds may affect us. And so we've been really affected by silence here, no? Because we are used to noisy cities here in Latin America. I remember that I was really affected, as were many of my peers, by the silence of the city during lockdown. And I would like to know if this anxiety related to silence arose in any of the studies that we've heard about today.
Thank you for the question. Very interesting question. Maybe I can give the floor first to Remy to react, and maybe the co-panelists could also reflect on an answer. Remy, first, floor is yours.
Yeah, so during COVID, people have reported that because the noise of human activity has really been cut down, they heard things like ambulance sirens even more acutely and more devastatingly. People in New York reported that it's almost like living through 9/11 again. It was constant ambulance one after the other. So I think the silence becomes a background that really amps up a lot of other kinds of sounds. Another thing that is very interesting and has a historical connection is that ornithologists have discovered that birds were singing differently while we were locked down. They were singing in a lower frequency without the competition from traffic noise. So the soundscape has really changed. And if we attune to it, I think, as John Cage says, there's no such thing as silence, just all kinds of different changed sounds. And when I was working on the book about Renaissance practices, there was a doctor who said that one sign of plague is that wolves howl differently, birds are more noisy than usual, and frogs croak in very unpredictable ways. And when I was working on that book, I just thought, well, this is a metaphor for maybe disorder in nature. But thinking back now, it very well could be that he was experiencing sound in a very different way when human activity just stopped. So maybe my other panelists have thoughts on that.
Yes, Helena or Alberto, if you would like to comment on this, sorry.
It's very much Remy's field, but certainly I think from a personal point of view, experienced very similar, that my associations maybe with music were heightened. So whilst we all have associations with types of music or particular songs or the experience of singing, all my emotional connections with sound were definitely heightened through the pandemic, through that soundscape changing. Definitely that I noticed. And it will be interesting to see in the future how our memories of specific musical or auditory incidences stay with us from COVID. I think so, looking forward as well, not just looking back to the lockdowns.
Thank you, Helena. Alberto, anything to add to this?
Yes, just to add in. Yes. While it is true that the sound universe and silence has been so important in this case, I think I was personally surprised by the fact, or looking at the uses that we give to our sound universe. Because, for example, going to the window and listening to music or going and clapping at the window was very important to share with other people or to recognize their music or to congratulate health workers who are working on the street. Or also to protest against the government's management of the pandemic. So I think that the use of sound was different, but people were very aware of the intention there. When it comes to the sound of sirens and ambulances, these were sounds that brought a great deal of fear. But also police officers would switch on their sirens to give people a bit of joy. So I think that sound was used to connect with people. And this goes back to the survey that we carried out. One thing that arose out of the survey, one of the strongest themes, was we had a lot of people who felt that they were using about very relevant topics for our current situation. And really, you've brought us a lot to think about and to debate. We would like to give a special welcome to everybody who's joining us for the third day of our second international seminar on music and social transformation. Thank you to those of us who are here on site at the auditorium. And also thank you to those of you who join us via the virtual link www.simts.co. Anybody from anywhere in the world can join us, and access this free link to enjoy this very valuable content for this second International Seminar on Music and Social Transformation. Maria Claudia, how about if we move over to our digital panel? So, digital world transforming experiences. We will be joined by Kathy Graham, who is here to moderate the panel. We are joined by Santiago Gardiazabal, and it's a very interesting project called Visitante Sonoro Sound Visitor. We're also joined by Stuart Burns, Director of the Scottish Ensemble, and Marian Jacobson, Director of the International Relations at the Royal Danish Academy of Music. Kathy Graham was educated at Birmingham University, in Manchester University. She has also been an accompanist pianist for 14 years. She's executive director of the Society for Promotion of New Music in London, managing director of the London Sinfonietta, and currently the director of music at the British Council. Some of the achievements she has been recognized for include an honorific mention from the British Orchestra Association and also OBE from the Imperial Order of Britain. And she also participates in Stuart Wise Opera to help homeless people, that is to say people who live on the street, so that they can move forward with their lives through music. Kathy, you have the floor.
Very warm welcome to you all, both in Ibagué and those virtually. The first thing I'd like to do is wish Batuta a happy birthday and to offer many thanks to Batuta and the city of Ibagué for organizing this conference. I invite you to take part. On this panel, we're going to be looking at how digital technology is currently transforming our world and our experience. Technological developments of the past years took on a new urgency as the global pandemic hit. All of a sudden, digital means were the only ones at our disposal to enable communication with the outside world on the most basic level. They also became the only means at our disposal to share art, music, and performances. And digital has inspired new ways of creating. I'd just like to take a moment for us to reflect on what we're doing right now. People from around the globe are able to meet with friends and colleagues in Ibagué to share ideas and learn from each other. Let us never take for granted how much hard work has gone into making all this happen. Thank you to the whole conference team, and particularly those who are working with the digital platform. And of course, our wonderful analog translators. I have the pleasure now of introducing you to three speakers who will share with us how they have harnessed the power of digital technology to enhance and transform artistic and educational experience, and to allow them to do the kind of work they would not have been able to do otherwise. Whether or not the pandemic was the driver for the work, the pandemic's influence has been felt. And it is responsible for the way we're looking ahead to delivery for the future. As we question what normal is, and as it dawns on us there will be no going back to normal, we're realizing how increasingly important creative and inspirational use of the digital realm will be. So I'd like to introduce our panel. Firstly, Santiago Gardiazabal, who is based in Bogota and serves music in many different ways. As a promoter, producer, manager and agent, and also the founder of agency Mundo, líquido, which has created many music events of different kinds across Latin America and Europe. You don't need to speak to him for very long to feel his energy, his drive, and his passion for music, and particularly the music of his home country, Colombia. He's going to be talking about a project he's initiated, Visitante Sonoro, that's sound visitor for English-speaking people. Stuart Burns has been working since 2020 as producer for the Scottish Ensemble, which is the UK's first string ensemble based in Glasgow. They place a special focus on innovative cross-arts projects. Stuart brings a very interesting perspective to the panel as he joined the ensemble during the pandemic, and he's only ever experienced their work in the digital realm. Normally, the musicians would be touring across Scotland, the UK, and indeed the globe, exploring adventurous ways to present repertoire and of connecting that repertoire contemporary life. Core to the Scottish Ensemble's identity is working cross-art form, be that with visual artists or dance and theatre companies. I personally will never forget seeing the musicians perform, both through music and dance, alongside professional dancers in a performance of Bach's Goldberg variation. And finally, I'd like to introduce Marianne Løkke Jacobsen, who is the Director of International Affairs at the Royal Danish Academy of Music. She has been on a fascinating journey together with colleagues from other countries, creating the Global Conservatoire, an ambitious digital learning platform, which she's going to tell us all about today. She has a passion for international and intercultural relations, and she has said that she's inspired to see and understand that we must work for unity and mutual interest for art's position in society and on a global level. I found our conversations and her insights inspirational. So I'm just going to say a few words now about how I'd really like this session to work. So each of our panelists is going to give a short presentation about their work, and then I've deliberately left time for us to discuss what we've heard, to ask questions and to comment. It's really lonely sitting here in London and in Copenhagen and Glasgow, so we'd very much like to hear from you, delegates in Ibagué and also online. We don't quite know how this is going to work, but we're relying completely on Santiago, who we know is in Ibagué and can help us with this. So please don't be shy about putting your questions or comments in the chat or channel them through Santiago in the room. We really want to hear from you. This is really a unique opportunity for us to connect, even if briefly. So many thanks from me, and I'm going to ask Santiago to take over with his presentation.
Thank you so much, Kathy, for this very kind introduction. And it's a pleasure for me to be with Marianne and Scott. Thank you.
Maria Claudia, Grace, thank you for inviting me. And thank you to the institutions, the Mayor's Office of EOG and Fundación Batuta, whom I always celebrate. And I thank you very much for bringing together different voices within the industry of music in Colombia through something that's so important as education for children. I have had the opportunity to work with you in a production, and it was amazing to see the level and the commitment of these children. Thank you again. Thank you. I would like for Kathy and our colleagues to let me know if they're understanding everything. Just nod, please. Great. So, as Kathy mentioned before, I am Santiago Gardesal. I am alone physically, so I brought Bob to keep me company. Bob is the generic name of our friend, the sound visitor. There are 6 of them, and each one of these heads, these Bobs, each one has their own name. This one is called Bob because that's what Manuel, a collaborator, named him. He's watching right at the tree. You can see him now. And I'll briefly share with you what Sound Visitor is all about in this new technology panel. There's so much technology everywhere, and this is very particular. So, well, the Sound Visitor is an idea that I had during the pandemic. At Nova in Vetera, we were working on different concerts. As Kathy mentioned before, we had a number of venues, contemporary music concerts, avant-garde music concerts. And then in 2017, a festival that we had in Paris, Colombia, a contemporary cartel, that we also enjoyed the company of Maria Clara and Batuta, we asked ourselves, what was this contemporary music in Colombia? I mean, we say we have this Occidental European music notation, contemporary music, but what is that contemporary music for us in Colombia, in particular, in our traditional music? Our urban music, but what is contemporary and what is not? Is contemporary something that is written down, something that is played by an ensemble, by a soloist? For me, contemporary is just the people that I can see, I can share my world and my time and my space. And I had the very great fortune, thanks to Teatro Colón and the Ministry of Culture, to present a cycle of concerts, Roots of Colombia, between 2015 and 2017. I don't want to go on for too long, but this is very important, just to let you know that we are very, very proud to present and introduce traditional musicians, as you have seen in this presentation, at that great venue that is Teatro Colón. All the concerts had a great audience. People were happy. Even the musicians were very, very pleased. But I always tell this anecdote. One day I called one of the musicians and invited him to play at this concert, and he said that he had a problem because he could not come to Bogota because he played in a duo. And I said, no problem, we can bring his partner. And he said that was going to be a little bit difficult because he believed I was a good producer, but it was a little bit difficult to bring the river Cauca to Teatro Colón. So his favorite activity was to play the chonda marimba by the river. And he interpreted the river on the marimba. And so we thought about that. We thought that was weird to subtract these people from the context and just place them in an Italian concert playing for an elegant audience. And they were cold because they came from remote places and from tropical places. And they took different means of transport to get here. So during the pandemic, after we had that idea for a long time, so we came up with this idea to make a change, where there was no programmers and no curators, and people could just have, the spectators could have a first-hand feeling of what happened in those contexts. Today, they mentioned John Cage and his multiple visions on silence. And of course, the privilege that can have within a certain context. And we thought that many of these musics that we call traditional, I don't know if it's the best term, or maybe rural or folklore, these musics needed this context. They needed the quattro, and then the wife stop playing and come have lunch, or that the musician has to stop playing because the kid needs help with the homework, or then maybe a bird came and joined in with a song. Maybe we can play one of the audio files for the people that's not on the in the auditorium, but on internet. If you have your headphones, please put them on, because this creation, this sound visitor, as you see it, it's a binaural head with two microphones in the ears that is activated with a cell phone, a small app that people activate with a button to record. And so everything is inside the visitor's coffer that travels on courier. Today I brought it on a bus, and it's rich enough for Bob not to suffer. So you just remove the device, you press the button, and you start recording binaurally. I don't know if technicians can help us to play a bit of the audio. Here we go.
Mañana que cosecharás. Si tú no siembras, mañana que cosecharás.
listening to our friend Baterimba from Santé de Quilichao, who also imitates bird songs. So he plays the drum and he imitates the birds at his favorite tree. And the birds answer him. So that is impossible to bring to a theater. So Bob goes there and records it. Right now we have 6 heads in the first part of the project. The project won a grant from the Ministry of Culture. And as you have seen in the pictures, they are traveling around the houses of maestros of Colombian music. So we saw Maestro Martinez Mena from Kendo, who's the great luthier and plays a number of instruments, and he's wonderful. Bob is at Maestro Flores in Yopal, and Maestro Espinel, which is the picture that you're seeing right now. It's wonderful. It's the cowboys singing. Maybe we can play a little fragment afterwards. There's also a head in Palenque at Tyler Miranda. There's another one at Maestro Villafaña, a great accordion player in Sierra Nevada of Santa Marta. So they're all throughout the national territory. I hope I didn't take too long because I know I can be a little bit chatty and our co-panelists are waiting. So if you have any questions, please send them and we'll look at them afterwards. So these audio files are displayed on the platform, visitantesonora.com. You pay a subscription like Netflix. We have not defined the prices so well, maybe $5 or $4, but that money they put into that platform to listen to these audio files that become a great music archive of our music. 100% of that money goes to the musicians. We did some planning, and if we have 500 subscriptions, we will be able to give 50 minimum wages to 50 great maestros of traditional Colombian music. And this is a reason of pride for us. At Nova Advetera, apart from providing these resources, we also give support by finding institutions and patrons that can buy the heads and send them off to the maestros' contacts so that they can work with them. Thank you very much, and I await your questions.
Thank you, Santiago. Can you all hear me? I'm assuming so. That's great. I love this project. I heard all about it. I love the fact that it's encouraging people to really listen. And the fact you've called it the theatre of the headphones, I think is really wonderful. So thank you, Santiago, for sharing that. I'm sure there'll be questions later. May I now move on to Stuart, who's going to tell us about the work of the Scottish Ensemble.
Thank you, Kathy. Can you all hear me okay? Great. So I'm Stuart Burns. I'm producer with Scottish Ensemble. As Kathy says, we're a professional string orchestra based here in Glasgow in Scotland. I'm really grateful for the invitation today to join the panel to discuss Scottish Ensemble's contribution to the digital world over the past year. In particular, our interactive collaboration project, These Bones, This Flesh, This Skin. I wonder whether we might start with the short video clip. I'm happy to come back to the video clip later if that might be easier. I'll keep going, we'll come back to the clip. So to begin with, I think I'll talk a little bit about the driver behind the work. So as Kathy mentioned, I joined Scottish Ensemble in April 2020, right at the moment that the entire art sector in the UK and in many places around the world was grinding to a complete halt. All of our upcoming work was either cancelled or postponed. And as many of our partners in the sector began to do, we turned our attention to what we could achieve digitally without seeing our audiences in person. This was not a brand new conversation for us. We're an organization that prides itself on innovation, and we had made a number of forays into sharing our work, specifically through film in the past. When the pandemic hit, we were in the process of developing a new 3-year film strategy all about creating a new visual identity, a visual language for classical music on screen. So we were very fortunate in some ways to have been already thinking about this work before the pandemic started. So the big challenge facing us, as with all professional arts organizations, was how do you move an inherently physical art form, something to be experienced in a room together, into a digital space? So we're not one of these large organizations with a big library of high quality concert footage, nor were we very well known for our digital output. Our core audiences came to us for unique concert experiences, as Kathy mentioned. We knew that we would have to create something brand new to respond to this unknown period away from the concert hall, and something that conveyed us and our identity as an organization. One of the areas of the work that we do best, I would say, is our cross-art form and our cross-genre collaborations. For a number of years, again, as Kathy mentioned, we've worked with a number of dance companies and theatre companies, visual artists, soloists from a range of different backgrounds, to create concert experiences that really challenge expectations about what a string orchestra specifically can do. So we wanted to make sure that we had this content had collaboration very much baked in from the beginning. We therefore conceived of this idea of a solo collaboration, this idea of placing a single musician from our ensemble with a partner from another art form. So the first project of which is These Bones, This Flesh, This Skin. I think the video is ready to go, so perhaps we might jump into a short trailer just to give you a taste of what the project is. That would be great.
Shall I see if that works?
Yes, please.
Okay, I'll try. I'm trying, but it's not. Let me have a look. Can you see that? Sorry, I don't know whether you can see this.
I can't see it yet.
You can't see it yet. Okay, try now. Can you see it now?
Oh, here we go.
Yes. Here we go. Yeah.
Great, thank you very much for finding that, Kathy. The first video you saw was another piece of our work. Perhaps I'll mention that a little bit later on. So just to dive back into what this project, how it all came about. So the whole process had to be digital, from the initial interactions by email with our partners, Martin Suckling, the composer, and the team from Scottish Dance Theatre based in Dundee. This was all digital. We'd never met in person, and I'm 18 months later and have still never met any of the collaborators in person. So we had to devise a way of sharing all of our development work. So we created a sort of online virtual studio in which we shared all of the material for this project. So music and dance sketches, photos, drawings, technical diagrams, and recordings. So I'll share my presentation right now, and you can take a quick look at what that sort of looked like at the end. I don't know if you can see that. Sorry, here we go. Right, there we go. Thank you, everybody. Thank you for the patience with this. So this would be a project expressly designed to be experienced online. As part of the team, we brought on a qualified sound engineer, a very experienced sound engineer, to guide us through the at-home recording process, and engaged a software engineer specializing in user experience to lead us through the technical aspects of the project. So the artistic idea behind this emerged from our discussions around the life we were experiencing last year, noticing things around us differently, finding familiar things taking on strange new forms. Our lives slowing down heightened our awareness of the world around us and of the passage of time, and we used that as the jumping off point for the project. The idea would be to explore this awareness, this different way of experiencing the passage of time, and how you can shift your focus between minute details and these much bigger ideas around life. So we wanted audiences to play a really active role in this. The project from the beginning had to be participatory. Over a number of months, we brought together plans for an interactive way of experiencing these shifts in focus. With our software engineer, we developed a new online platform that enabled the audience member to make decisions about the piece, finding new combinations of layers. So the team at Scottish Dance Theatre choreographed and filmed 3 dance pieces, each with a different level of focus on the human body, the depth of the bone layer, the lightness of the skin layer. Martin Suckling composed 3 separate musical layers based on the visuals, which were recorded at home by our artistic director, Jonathan Morton. Audience members are then invited to select a film layer. So this is some of the shots of the recording. You choose your film layer first, you add your musical layer or musical layers on top, and voila, you create your film. There are 21 different combinations of the film, and there's no one definitive version of this. So to finish up, before I pass over to Mariana, this session is all about transformative experiences, transforming the experience of art through digital. So did we transform experiences through this work? So for the creative team who'd never spent any time together in the same room, we were able to create a real camaraderie, a genuine openness to share ideas. We understood that from this, complex collaborative projects could be achieved through digital communication alone. This opens up the whole world to anybody who has an internet connection. Our second solo collaboration project was with a New York-based composer, Anna Klein. For audiences, we were pleased with the feedback that people really sort of spoke to us about how much they'd enjoyed taking an active part, particularly against work that was very passive. A lot of the work out there during the pandemic was to be watched, but not to be necessarily engaged with. And for us, as the team at Scottish Ensemble, we've been emboldened to continue this digital work. We developed another series of filmed projects, including the one that you saw a very brief glimpse of. For some of our more standard concert films, we tried to give audiences new perspectives, bring the camera as close as we could to the musicians in a way you'd never be able to do in a concert hall. And we also brought our music and mindfulness work, something we've done for many years in person, but offering people 1-hour guided mindfulness meditations with a practitioner and live interaction through various different platforms. I think I'll pass over to Mariana at this stage. There's definitely a number of challenges that we faced as part of this that I'd be happy to chat through, and no doubt my fellow panelists faced their own challenges as they were putting this together. So perhaps this is a good moment to pass over. Just to say, this is a project to be enjoyed as many times as you like. The website to find it is memorably thesebones.thisflesh.thisSkin.com. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Stuart. I wonder if it's possible to put a link to the project somewhere into the chat for the virtual guests. I don't think I can do that, but maybe somebody could help. That was really fascinating. Thanks very much indeed. We'll no doubt come back to the challenges, which I know you all have had. Mariana, may I hand over to you now to talk about a project that had a very good gestation Thank you.
Thank you. I will share my screen. Let me see.
Good.
So, can you see it? Yes?
Yes, we can.
Okay. Thank you, Kathy, for finding three very different panelists for this session. It's so interesting, and I think it's good to see that we will cover the chain of education until creativity and artists. I'm from the Royal Danish Academy of Music in Copenhagen, and I represent a school of music which represent the classical genre. And what we did during the COVID, we wanted to create a communication strategy, and we decided to call the strategy Unmute. So this is actually what we think we should, as artists, as musicians, it's time for us to unmute ourselves, speak up, and also let our artists and music, our art and music be visual and audible. So this is I will talk about the Global Conservatoire project. This project is about creating a new platform for online transnational teaching. The project was initiated before the pandemic. At that time, nobody knew that the online learning was just about to get a kickstart. And in this project, we have 4 partner institutions: Copenhagen, London, New York, and Vienna. We are 3 European institutes and then 1 American. And then we can wonder, how can we actually call ourselves global? We call ourselves Global Conservatoire. We are creating a virtual platform for music students enrolled at the 4 institutions. But together we have around 80 nationalities represented in our schools, which makes the outreach of us bigger than just actually physically. The project is mainly about creating online courses, which expands the range of courses offered for the students. The idea is only gain knowledge from the courses, but also to make the most of international dimension of teaching and learning a global classroom. Both skills related to intercultural learning and networking opportunities are embedded into the curriculum of the course content. The Global Conservatoire is supported by EU funds aimed at digital readiness. Global Conservatoire Digital Age, GLOCODA, is a development project on best practices in online courses for music students. And it's very important to stress that we are not talking about MOOCs. This is not about open online courses. The main objective is to create online courses which are based on conservatoire learning and teaching principles, especially the idea of student-centered learning. The mode of learning is different from the conventional classroom teaching, and the courses are not pandemic emergency courses, but it is a range of specially designed new courses, which will be created with supplementary expertise to guide us on how to create independent, flexible study and learning together with students from abroad. Quality evaluation and enhancement is at the heart of our online course development. Objective, which you see here on the screen, it is a research project. Along with this course development, this initiative includes a research project which will examine what constitutes best practice in online transnational learning environments in conservatoires. To do this, the Royal College of Music research team will use a mixed methods approach involving online surveys, focus groups, and interviews with Global Conservatoire teachers and students to explore a range of perspectives on the online transnational experience. The third objective is to create an open teacher training course and web resources as competence development for music teachers. This third objective is led by the MDV in Vienna. And finally, we will also make sure that we will disseminate the project through a conference in Copenhagen, 2003. And very shortly, I just want to introduce you to the 4 music academies who joined the project. Picture of the Royal Danish Academy of Music. We are founded in 1867. And London, the Royal College of Music, founded in 1883. Manhattan School of Music in New York, founded in 1918. And then the MDV in Vienna, founded in 1817. Here you see that we have all a long history, and we have more than 50% of our student body is international students, each of us. And in total, reach out to more than 5 students with this project. An important part of Global Conservatoire is our code of conduct, a joint agreement between staff and students. This promotes respect and inclusion in the virtual learning environment through a set of principles and guidelines. We want to create respectful online spaces and positive learning environment for all our participants. In our courses, which is based on blended learning environment, we want to build up new faculty and student relations. The courses are small with only 20 students, and the students should represent a equally balanced number of students, 5 from each school. In a safe and trusted environment, we hope that virtual learning will bring new perspectives that inform each student. And here you will see what we are working on right now, 8 different courses, which have been carefully selected to ensure that the first cohort of global conservatoires will gain a skill set of learning beyond curricula and home institutions course offering. You will see the variety, which is from music production to music theater and communication, African music history, Nordic music, digital musicianship, music and races, and introduction to gender studies. With our code of conduct, we want to enrich our students with different perspectives through an inclusive approach to all aspects of teaching and learning. So this is actually the brand of Global Conservatoire, that we would like to create a community of music.
Thank you, Marianne. Can everybody hear me? Yes, okay, that's brilliant. So 3 very different projects, very varied, really excellent, inspirational, 3 of them. So this is the time when we discuss what we've heard. Santiago, are you in the room? Have we got contact with Santiago?
Yes, Kathy, I'm still in the room.
Yeah, you're there. That's brilliant. So before we move on to any questions in the room, I'd just like to ask our colleagues on screen if you've got any burning questions for each other. So I give you the chance to ask questions first.
I have a question. So something we obviously at the very beginning was we are set up to produce live music events. That organization do. I wonder what the challenges were for you both in becoming digital developers, I think certainly we learned a great deal about how to do things and how not to do things. I wonder what your experience of creating this digital work, maybe from a position. It may be that you both have digital backgrounds, but yeah, I wonder what your experience of this was.
Maria, would you like to talk a little bit about the long gestation?
The experience of being like in a COVID lockdown for so long time, same time try to create something very visionary related to digitalization. It has been a challenge because we know that all our students, they might be quite fed up with online teaching. So we use a lot of time to see how can we create something which is willing to join. Because one thing is we have fun doing this, but this is education, and they really need to feel that they join a new community within an online setting. And I think that's what we all learned, that one thing is, for me especially, I'm internationalization, so I think it's so nice that we can connect continental, because and that's why we call it global conservatoire. We can actually do cross borders, but also cross continental, so we can learn much more about each other than we used to do. So I think it's the strong side of it.
Thank you, Marianne. Santiago, do you want to talk about some of the challenges you experienced?
Yes, well, obviously, when you
I will speak in Spanish if that's okay. Apologize. The challenges that we faced with the project, I think at the beginning there were many. It's really great to bring along this head so people can see what's happening. Otherwise, people hear the idea and they say, oh, that's actually not real. But when you see it in action, that's something new. For example, insurance companies did not want to insure this project. Technically speaking, it's complex because we don't always have the best connectivity here in Colombia, despite the fact that the device does have a couple of SIM cards with 2 different phone providers to connect to networks. It's not always possible to connect properly, so we can't actually carry out streaming as we would like. No. The idea would be for people to record and for this to automatically be pinned on the map, but there is a delay of a time delay of several minutes, so it's not always in real time via streaming. Those are the main risks that we have faced. We are also trying to improve the audio, but I think that we're doing pretty well technically speaking, but perhaps developing an application could be helpful, or a more specific application, not using a pre-existing application, I think could be better for the project in the future.
Thank you. Santiago, have we got any questions in the hall? Because we have less than 10 minutes left. I want to make sure that anybody who has a comment or a question gets the chance to pose it to the panel.
Does anyone here have a question? We have 2.
Yes, we have questions. I'm happy. Okay, I can share the microphone.
Go for it. Lovely.
Okay, you first, and then we'll come over here. Hi, good morning. Can you hear me? Excellent. Yes? Okay. Thank you. Okay, I will ask a question in Spanish. This is for Marianne. How can the global conservatoire type or initiative of this type be sustainable, when students get tired of these virtual classes and they're kind of over connecting digitally, and you're also dealing with lots of kind of philosophical matters. if you have a master class with a musician, with a music teacher, for students to come along and play, I think all students will show up. But how do you ensure that students stay interested and they keep attending, when they're dealing with dense topics like gender studies? How can you ensure that students continue to connect from around the world? A lot of the time you have people who don't want to turn on their cameras, who don't really want to participate. So how do you see the project sustainability down the line?
I guess this is a question for me, right? Yes. Question, and we have been working on this here. What, of course, we have different ideas of how to prevent that we will not have dropouts from the courses. And we have some guidelines on what we from the students is one thing, but the main thing is actually that it's very thoroughly thought how to make the students active, so they will be necessary for the program. So it's not that you can just, because they are so small, that's why it's very important for us. But they will have tasks to do, maybe 2 and 2 together. So if they let down another student, we try to give them a responsibility of their teaching and learning, joining this course. And then we also try to promote that they will have a more global career network built up through joining these courses. So it's not like that they are just on screen and they are not allowed to turn off the camera. Already decided.
Thank you.
Thank you, Marianne.
Gracias.
Do we have another question?
Yes, Kathy, we have another one.
Yes, I would like to ask the three of you, how do you envision this transition to, normal life once again? When we don't have to rely on these technologies to maintain connection. This goes a little bit back to the question that Juan asked, but for additional projects, what do you think will happen with these kinds of projects that have been designed and created during the pandemic and in lockdown? Do you think that these projects will continue to exist? Will they be maintained? Or do you think that when we get back to real life, so to speak, what do you think will happen when it comes to bringing together the digital or virtual world and real life?
Thank you, Maria Claudia. Could I suggest that Santiago starts, and maybe then Stuart? Santiago.
We cannot deny that there is a technological divide between younger members of society and those of us who still don't know how to use all of the apps on our cell phone and take several minutes to find what we need to do. I'd like to share a short anecdote that I heard. It's related to a technological project. The idea was to visit an indigenous community and give one of the elders in the community a drone system, a telephone drone system, to have complete territorial control. Okay, so all of these technological tools were provided to the community. The indigenous community received the training, received the drones, received the cell phones. However, at some point, the elder laughed and said, "I don't need any of this to control my territory. All I have to do is close my eyes and I can identify whether or not a fly has come into my land." So at the cosmological level, in terms of how indigenous groups see the world, they don't need these kinds of tools. However, for the Western civilization, which is a little lost, I think that, technological tools are important for us. But I do think that it will come to an end at some point. I think that, we're all in love with our own reflection and our screens, but I think that will come to an end. However, I think that we will maintain certain customs. For example, I want to maintain an archive of what we are collecting because this is a great source of tradition and knowledge and linguistic traditions. When the last speakers of a language die out, you lose a great deal of history. So I think that these recordings could be a great way to keep these things alive, at least in an archive.
Thank you, Santiago. Good thoughts. Stuart, would you like to give your take on this?
I think it's a very interesting question, this idea of what role will digital play once we don't have to do it, once it's not the only thing we have to do. Sorry, I'm just getting a bit of feedback. So yeah, I think for us, obviously digital was something that we were all thinking about before the pandemic. And I think the pandemic sped up a lot of the conversations we were trying to have before. I think we've certainly learned a great deal about how to do this. And I think it would be a total shame for us to abandon this as soon as we can get back into the concert hall. I think particularly two aspects that are really valuable are thinking about climate, the fact that we now no longer have to travel to reach people. There are digital ways for people to engage with us from their own homes. And I think also the disability angle, the fact that there were physical barriers for people to access some of this work in the past, and actually digital solutions give people much better access to some of this work. So I think it would be a shame for us to kind of abandon this now that we can actually perform live again. But the challenge will be making it part of the offer, and so it's not an add-on. This has to be part and parcel of the artistic offer that we as professional organizations and other institutions really kind of spend time thinking about.
Thanks very much, Stuart. One thing that we've not touched on yet, well, we've not got time now because we've got 1 minute left, but one thing we've not talked about is digital poverty and how a reliance sometimes on digital does exclude certain people. Having said which, I know that Santiago, talking to you, you talked about the fact that the recording and the filming, that the technology is quite simple. So it's mobile phones to make the videos, and we've seen a lot of that during lockdown. However, we haven't got time to talk about that. It's been an absolute pleasure to speak to all three of you. It's been like having a wonderful virtual dinner party. And thank you very much. And thank you for questions from the floor. It was also lovely to feel your presence as we're sitting here in our different countries. I wish you all the best for the rest of the conference, and I'm going to be looking at all three projects to see how they develop in the near future. Thank you very much.
Well, let's continue now with our academic content for our second international seminar on music and social transformation. This event is organized by the Fundación Nacional Batuta, and for the rest of the week, we will be joined by Maria Claudia Parias, the Executive Director of Batuta, and we are celebrating the 30th anniversary. Of course, we are also supported by the City Hall of Ibagué, whose Ministry of Culture has presented Ibagué's candidature to UNESCO for the city to be included in the network of creative cities in the music field. We would also like to invite you to join us via streaming on the free platform www.simts.co, and also via our social networks at Fundación Batuta and at Alcaldía Ibagué. We will now have our third in-depth interview, in which we will learn about the work of Luke Jenkinson, Managing Director of the Global Music Vault. In his work in the music industry, he has been inspired by the role and purpose of cultural industries and has applied his entrepreneurial mindset to developing the Global Music Vault, a vault built in the Arctic Circle with the intention of storing music that represents all cultures from around the world. Should the world end, humanity's legacy to the universe will be music. This is a little apocalyptic, of course. The interview will be given by Alphonse Carabula, a composer with more than 30 years of experience in the music industry. He is the president of the International Music Council, the European Composer Alliance, and singer-songwriters, and the Internet Media Foundation, as well as executive president of SCAP, the Swedish Association of Composers and Singer-Songwriters, as well as an expert in the field of artistic rights at the UN Human Rights Council. Alphonse, the floor is yours.
Hello, everyone. Thank you very much for having us here. We're sorry not to be able to be with you in person. Thank you first to Maria Claudia Arias, the president of the Batuta National Foundation, and also Grace Cifuentes, the Secretary of Culture of Ibagüe. Thank you very much for having us in this very inspiring and important event. So we will, during this interview Luke Jenkinson about the Global Music Vault. And Luke is the managing director of the Global Music Vault, as well as managing partner of Elir, a global commercial venture group based out of Norway. Previously held the roles of chief commercial officer at the Norway's National Museum and global partnerships manager for the world's leading DJ, Alan Walker. Quite impressive. But before we start talking to Luke, we will see a short film of a presentation about the Global Music Vault. Please, go ahead.
Music is fundamental to humankind. What if the world's musical history could be safely stored forever? Deep inside a mountain in far north Norway, the world's crops, plants and seeds are now archived and preserved in a space called the Global Seed Vault. Now, it is music's turn to be safeguarded for eternity. Music that has shaped cultures and societies will be interred and stored safely in the Global Music Vault. Far north within the Arctic Circle, the vault occupies a truly unique location, a remote, safe haven for the most treasured and valued musical creations of our cultures past and present. Global Music Vault uses a preservation solution with a storage level guarantee of 1,000 years. In 2021, music from indigenous communities will be the first collections added to the Global Music Vault. World music bodies are collaborating with us on this first phase of archive building. Our main purpose and first mission is to preserve the indigenous music from every country around the world. We have partnered with the Norwegian government and world-leading archive specialists Pickle, who already safeguard some of the world's most precious memory from UNICEF, GitHub, European Space Station and the Vatican. We are also looking forward to introducing our valued global ambassadors. An open initiative, visitors will be able to engage with and learn about the material within the vault at a planned visitor centre near the facility. The music of the world must be safeguarded and preserved. Global Music Vault is the music industry and humanity's opportunity to protect our collective body of musical work. Learn more and get involved at globalmusicvault.com. Global Music Vault is independently operated under the auspices of Elir MG Norway.
This is truly fascinating, Luke. So the first question obviously has to be, what is the Global Music Vault? And of course also, or the Doomsday Vault as they say in media, but how was this idea or concept conceived?
A really good question, Alphonse. Good afternoon, everyone from Oslo. It's great to be here, so I appreciate the opportunity to speak to everyone. The Global Music Vault is it's a combination of purpose, technology, and also a physical vault, obviously as well. And the way this came about was, or the way it was conceived, I guess. You know, as the chief commercial officer at the National Museum here in Norway, I was exposed to this technology of digitizing our most precious artworks at the museum. And these digital files were actually put onto a medium and then safeguarded in a vault that's next to the Seed Vault on Svalbard, which is the world's most northern populated city. There's more polar bears there than people, and I was fascinated by this. And then you know, I had a stint in the music industry when I was the global partnerships manager for Alan Walker, And Alan's a leading DJ mixing mixing music from everywhere across the world, and I got really exposed to the way the business works and where the money flows and what doesn't happen as well. And I looked at all of this technology, and I looked at the way the music world was going. It's at a rapid pace, and there's sort of no time to breathe basically at that level when it's at that commercial level. And I thought, what was really happening with all this music. We know that there's over 4 million producers of music these days, and we see on Spotify there's like 60,000 new songs every day dropped onto Spotify as new releases. And it's an enormous amount of data, and I thought there might have been a little bit more purpose with these type of files or this type of data. And then I also, at the same time, when I was looking at all this, it started to find things like the Universal Music Fire back in 2008, or the Universal Studios, and the loss of the master music files there. I think there was a total of 500,000 music files lost forever, never to be restored. And then there was this MySpace merge of data that lost like 2012 or 20 million data files as well in music. So I thought that was very concerning. And then when I looked at the way the music industry was approaching also climate and or weren't approaching it as maybe serious as other industries, I thought I'd go on this sort of journey of having a look at what purpose could happen here. And we came up with the Global Music Vault. And much like language, Alphonse, we're in danger of sort of losing this. And, so we looked at the music industry and thought we need a platform. We need somebody to be waving the flag to put this type of concerns on the agenda. And when we're talking about our business, we don't talk about doomsday at all. We don't believe in that. But on Svalbard, where this music vault is, there is another vault there. I think if everyone saw the animation film just before in the introduction, there is the Global Seed Vault, and that is the Doomsday Vault. That's basically, there's 1 million seeds in that vault. Stored 300 meters in a mountain that's covered in permafrost. So the idea is to actually have the world restored to its original, or as close to its original state if there was a doomsday. So it's a great place for I guess safeguarding anything up there because it's so remote and so exotic. And being Norwegian and us being a Norwegian company, it made sense to have the Global Music Vault sort of located up there. But I guess that's.
But it sounds logical, Luke, and there's obviously a need. But let's get back to maybe the flaws in the existing musical ecosystem, because as you say, it's not only a doomsday vault; it's also about flaws in archiving. And so it's not only if you have a fire or an explosion. What have you discovered when it comes to actually safeguarding and preserving the files as is now? What would you say the flaws are? What happens with them?
Yeah, absolutely. Another good question. We do have institutions and archives and libraries around the world that do a bit of this. And they tend to sort of safeguard this, but it's normally in its original format. There's this very slow sort of movement with just small little bits and pieces of music data, and it doesn't have to be just the actual music file. It could be videos of artists talking to each other, or interviews. It could be music clips, film clips, tours, for example. But this material is normally kept in its original state, whether it be on tape or vinyl or whatever it is. And that's extremely dangerous, especially analog tape. I mean, this stuff deteriorates just in air over time. And then what has to happen there, and you're talking about an enormous amount of data that we've actually produced in music over, you know, the last century, that has to be merged again to new tape or to new media. And it's extremely dangerous for the environment. It's, you know, this stuff's not biodegradable. The stuff that we don't use anymore, like hard drives and analog tapes and vinyl, if it goes into landfill, which it normally does, it stays forever. This doesn't break down. It's just as bad as plastic. And what we're having to do is we're having to merge this data every 5-10 years. So, you know, over 100 years, if we're merging that 20 times, the amount of damage we're doing to the climate, it's actually quite alarming. So that's one aspect. And then, you know, the medium itself, this analog tape, is not reliable at all. And it can be damaged very easily, not just with fires, but just mishandling. So even though archiving in the music industry at the moment, or even not just archiving, but trying to safeguard this music, it's a little bit of a tick box. You know, it's a little bit of, okay, well, I've put an album out, or I've made my songs, or I've made my music, and yes, I've got a tick box with the archive, but nobody really knows where it's going, where it's being stored. And since we've been on this journey, Alphonse, I've heard some nightmare stories, even just about people moving offices, you know, people from, say, a big publishing group, their head office is moved from one location to the other, and the staff there have no idea what all these analog tapes are in the basement, but they just leave them there and get up and go to the next place. So it's, I think that the issues with what we're talking about here run deep, and deeper than sort of what we know. So the intention is to highlight this, educate the music industry, and say, hey, this is not good enough. We need to find a better solution.
And personally, I have to say, I have experience of this also. My parents were filmmakers, and I know that half of what they created as films were gone actually from the Swedish public broadcasters because of the tapes that they were on. So it doesn't exist. No one can see it anymore. So I can absolutely relate to that. Before moving off from the climate issue on this, just to make it clear, it's not only having a lot of computers and disks that might be bad for the climate. It has to be about the energy, I guess, of creating all of these master files over and over again around the world every day.
Yeah, absolutely. So, and what you're touching on there is data centers, and the data centers are great for us humans at the moment because we can have access to files immediately, quite fast, and which is great for streaming. But most of the music files that we're talking about now is what we refer to as cold data. So when they're in the data centers, they just sit there. We don't normally access these. It's not hot data, like we're not accessing these on a daily basis. It's cold data. But there is an enormous amount of energy that needs to run those data centers to keep those data centers cool and keep that data on there the whole time. So enormous amounts of hard drives and computers, and I'm sure everybody knows about the crypto industry at the moment and what that takes to run that, and it's similar with music, unfortunately, and this is dangerous also.
Yeah, no, but that makes it very clear. But now, when you talk about these tapes and the old formats, obviously the next question, and I'm sorry, Luke, because I know that there's some confidentiality in this as well, but this is a closed event. Maybe you can give us something at least, because I know that the Global Music Vault is working very closely on now with the project. I can't really say that much either, but can you tell us something about the format? What differs the format that the Global Music Vault will be able to provide than with anything else existing?
Yeah, that's a great question, the technology behind this. And at the moment, we have some amazing technology that we're using with our partners, with Pickle and another Norwegian company. And you know, our business model in the future, Alphonse, will be to partner with anyone that has this advanced technology. So, you know, we don't want to be the creators of this technology, but we want to partner with those that have this to make sure that we have the best thing for the music industry. So we make sure it's always safeguarded. And the technology that we have these days was created about 7 years ago, and it's you know, it's very durable. It's been tested, proven. It's the same material that the Vatican use. It's the same as national museums use. UNICEF have backed up a lot of data on this, GitHub, etc. So it's a proven technology. But unfortunately, it's small amounts of data as well that can only handle this type of technology. And for the music industry, these files are huge, and you're talking about a lot of them. So we're always looking for new technologies. But the stuff we have at the moment has been proven to last for 1,000 years. If it's placed on this medium, if it's placed in this case, and then placed in the vault in Svalbard, in this decommissioned mine that's, you know, 300 meters deep and underneath the permafrost. We have 1,000 years on that. But alluding to your question, in our search for looking for new technologies and what's happening next in the future, you know, we've landed on a proof of concept project with one of the world's largest companies, so it's very exciting. And they have this technology that gives us quantity and quality and longer term, so longer than 1,000 years, more durable. And it's, you know, it's not only, they're not only doing proof of concepts in music, they're looking at, you know, their goal is to maybe potentially one day replace the cloud. And we just said the data centers are very dangerous. So for us to partner with such a technology is extremely exciting. And we'll do that in the next sort of month or two. So we do encourage everyone actually to follow us through this journey, because you know about it, Alphonse, but not a lot of people do. But this will be groundbreaking. This is game changing. And this is something that the music industry should really embrace and participate in once we get past that proof of concept.
And once again, it is fascinating, but I have also now moving on to something that is a priority for me and many of those that I represent as president of the International Music Council. And that is, of course, the music, the content. What will go on there? Because this is a bit of a, we have different terminology maybe also, because music industry to me and to some, that's a part of the musical ecosystem. And we're not talking only about industry and commercial here. We're talking about really true diversity in music and on a global scale. So can you tell me a bit of what the plans are for what goes into these capsules and why?
Yeah, absolutely. And you touched on it there. So, you know, the ultimate goal for the Global Music Vault is to be a vault for every genre, every region of the world, and every era. And we're talking, you know, backdating this to whenever we can, from the first sound that was ever recorded, maybe, all the way through to the best hits of tomorrow, for example. So we want this to be for everyone. But I think like languages, you know, we're in danger of losing some really precious things here. And we don't want another fire. We don't want another sort of data loss with merge. So there's a little bit of urgency here that we want to approach. And, you know, when we started looking at this, we thought, obviously this indigenous music that has shaped us as societies for centuries is extremely important. You know, there's the heritage and the cultural music and the you know, the music that has yeah, I guess shaped all these different types of regions, and it's changed, you know, through times of evolution as well. So it's this type of music, as well as, you know, I think the important thing too is when we talk about the music, Alphonse, is we also want to play a role in sourcing this. So there's probably some very unique sounds out there that have maybe never been recorded properly. You know, there may, and I'll talk extremes here, there might be tribes in South Africa that have never had the chance to, like, they have this unique music that they've played for centuries and centuries, but it's never been recorded properly. So we want to play a role in sourcing that so that then we can safeguard it and then give access to people to actually listen to for many, many generations. So I think that's where we start. But we don't want to decide this, to be honest with you. We want to have the platform and we want to have the vehicle to do this, but we actually want to call out the music industry and ask them to help shape this. So let's have everyone, like, where do we start in this region? What genre do we start with? What's really special in this region of the world? And what do they consider to be the most precious and important music to them? Let's work with them to help shape that. And then it's going to be different to what's in another region, right? So let's sit down and work with them. What's really important too. So we don't want to have like a criteria of you know, a tick box where everyone has to make an application. But at this, you know, and at the same time, we understand there's a little bit of urgency. So, you know, we want to work with the institutes and that first to really identify this precious music and start the process.
Well, and thank you then for reaching out to the obvious partner, International Music Council, that is the biggest network of music organizations and institutions in the world. And we are already now in process of working on this. And I think it's very wise also of you not trying to decide what would be important for another region. That can never happen. What we can say is that we love music from different regions, and personally, I would love to see several of the capsules with only music from Colombia, for example. So I think you will need a lot of space because there is a lot of good music out there. So we'll be glad to help with this, obviously. So what would you say then? Who are the customers then? Can you describe that, the model of that?
Yeah, absolutely. So it's you know, as I said, we want this to be accessible from everyone. Where we're at in our, like, this is quite infant, right? We've only been going for about 18 months and putting this all together. So eventually it'll be for all of the music composers, the 4 million you know, artists out there that are producing music all the time. And hopefully, you know, we set up these, I guess, platforms to be used maybe on a daily basis, for example. But at the moment, we want to work with institutes like the International Music Council, like potentially the Smithsonians, who are in discussions with the national libraries, who have sound libraries, for example, as well. We start to do proof of concepts with them, and we start to teach them about the technology that we're using that can really help them as well, what we can do, what role we can play, because we have the same ambitions as those. And what differentiates us, I may as well talk about that, Alphonse, is what differentiates us from a normal institution of just archiving is that we want to play a role in sourcing and then safeguarding in the most remote places on earth, and then also celebrating this. So we want to make sure the music that we actually gather and safeguard is accessible, it can be listened to, it can be used, and we influence our next generation. So that's the big difference here. But yeah, sort of our partners, our clients, our customers, whoever you want to call them, we really want to start with the institutes that see this as a purpose as well, that have like a regional presence that can, educate that part of the world and work with us as well. And maybe we do funding together, we get sponsors together, and we do projects locally so that the local communities can get involved. And then once our technology goes a little further, and once the market starts to be more educated and come along, then it'll be something for everyone.
That sounds fantastic. And also when you say for everyone, this is not aimed at being really something top down, where obviously someone is deciding. You're not deciding. The IMC is not deciding. We're really just contributing in with the capacity that we have. So what could you say to the audience and others if someone wants to contribute in one way or another? Can anyone give suggestions on what should be recorded or what should be archived?
Yeah, absolutely is the first word that I think of. Like, we want the music industry to embrace this. The whole point of talking on these type of conferences and is to expose this and the purpose to the music industry first and foremost, and to get engagement. And so we obviously we have our website, we have our channels, we're accessible. So if we do have suggestions or we want to be involved, then it's just a matter of reaching out. But I would suggest at this stage, Alphonse, is for everyone to follow the journey and see what we're doing, and then see how it applies to their place as well, and see if they can take a role. But we've had Celine, our director of communications, and one of the founders of this. She had a phone call from an Indigenous guy in Australia, which is where I'm from as well. Just out of the blue. And he'd heard about this on radio in Australia or something. And he was just connected to some of the tribes down there. And as a First Nations person, he got onto his mobile phone and rang Celine and said, hey, I'm here. I've got some great ideas. What do I do? So yeah, absolutely. Reach out and see if we can collaborate.
That's fantastic. And when you also say that this is accessible, obviously, yeah. So we can contribute and we can also get access to it. But I read in an article actually in Billboard that you say that you want it to be accessible, but you're not aiming to be another streaming service. So how does this become accessible if you're not willing to go to Svalbard, that is?
Yeah, absolutely. No, I think while we don't want to be a streaming service, I think we can work with streaming services to make this accessible. Or, and when I say accessible, it might be education institutes. It also might be used in, sort of in a commercial way for films or for, other parts of, our other industries, like transferable across other industries as well. So yeah, I guess that's what we'll look at, and we haven't really defined that part of the business in terms of the model. But once we have the music and we've sourced it and we're safeguarding it, then it's really up to us and the owners of that music to really want to inspire. And so the question is going to be for those rights holders: how do you want to inspire? How do you want to keep your music alive? How do you want to make sure that the world never forgets your music? And that's the most important thing, right, Alphonse? Is sure, we've safeguarded it and it's in a secure vault and in a really exotic area, and people can come and have a look and sort of be tourists. But at the same time, if it just sits there idle, then it's not being used, and you don't have that chance to inspire the next generations and bring your culture out. So we want to make sure this is accessible, but we want to do that with the rights holders and the guys that have contributed.
That sounds very, very good. I've been, this is a special day for me because I've been the Swedish government expert on the report of the restart of culture after the pandemic.
Right.
And does this play anything into the times that we now live in during and post-COVID? Is this something that we can relate also to what we've learned from that?
Yeah, running a business just before the pandemic, and then watching the world turn upside down across many industries. There are some silver linings of the pandemic, and I say that very lightly because we know how devastating it is. But from a business perspective, I think it gives some industries, including the music industry, a chance to really reflect and look at the way we're doing things and start again. Because some of the music industry can be quite dirty, or it can be however you want to label it, but there are not some good things about the music industry that we now have a chance to right the wrongs and start again and have a look at and embrace something new, whether it be technology or a new purpose like this, or engage more. One thing that I have learned in business during this pandemic, that I know what's going to happen afterwards, Alphonse, is these companies aren't going to be able to do things just by themselves. You need to partner with others. Partnerships are going to be essential to make progress. And that's why we reached out to the International Music Council. That's why we're doing a proof of concept with one of the world's biggest companies. If we want progress, because the pandemic has really crushed economies around the world. It's taken our technology, some of our technologies 5 years back, or it's not going to allow that progress. But now's a chance to embrace new, to have a look at new ways of doing things, take a breath from that sort of chaos that we're on, and say, okay, let's see if there is a silver lining here out of the pandemic. And I feel like it's really good timing for the Global Music Vault to be embraced and for others to contribute and get involved. Yeah, absolutely.
I can really relate to that, and it sounds very wise, actually. If we want to know a bit more of the different projects that are under the umbrella of the Global Music Vault, could you elaborate a bit on that? Because you have something, Project ARV, and you have Silica, and is there something else coming as well? You're dividing it in different ways, just so we get a better overview of the business.
Yeah. So we have, I'll start with Project ARV, A-R-V, and I may as well give some context around the title of that. ARV is the Norwegian word for legacy or heritage. And so Project ARV is this call out to the music industry and the regions, like I mentioned before, to source and then safeguard essentially important music. So the Project ARV, what we hope to achieve is an inaugural deposit. So we actually want to celebrate that we have that physical vault, we have amazing music in there that's worth sourcing, that's worth safeguarding, and that the music industry can get behind. So we're able to celebrate it through an inaugural event where we invite industry. We potentially have live performances now that we're coming out of the pandemic. We can do something like this. We could hold conferences, and we can embrace the whole music industry with this Project ARV, where we have our inaugural deposit. So that's the first one we're looking to achieve more short term, by Q2 2022, or maybe this time by 2022 we do our inaugural deposit.
That's great. And Project Silica?
Yeah, well, Project Silica, I can't tell you too much about. It's it is got to do with the proof of concept. So the proof of concept.
You can't blame me for trying, Luke. I'm just trying to get a bit of the secret information, but you're very good at that. But maybe we can be able to come back at another time and another year and show what comes out of the proof of concept. I'm not going to push you too much. Yeah.
No, that's good. But it's I think everyone can follow this now on Project Silica. But this is something that'll break in the coming weeks, if not a month away. And there'll be a lot of content around it. So it's a game changer, and it's really going to interest the music industry. It's taking, I guess, the archiving part that's normally the boring behind the scenes stuff and making it super sexy and interesting and with a lot of content to follow.
That's our goal. So it's worth waiting for. I'm not sure actually if we are able to take some questions. I know that at the beginning we talked about that. Is there a possibility of taking any questions from an audience? Let's just see if there is. So we will take questions next year when you show what the results of the project Silica, and I'm sure that will entail a lot of questions. So maybe just on an ending note, getting closer to the end, if we could get an overview of the timing now. So what do we have to expect now? What?
Yeah, sure. It's you know, we're in by no means any rush to sort of get this done, because it's evolving. This is new, right? So we have to keep and we understand that the music industry has been hit very hard by the pandemic. There's a lot of recovery to happen, but we think it's good timing. So we have a major focus on our technology at the moment, which is you know, about safeguarding and then sourcing. We're going to look at some particular regions of the world for sourcing music that is in danger of potentially being lost forever. We're going to keep working with the IMC and other institutes to identify that. So that'll happen sort of all of 2021. Parallel to that, we have Project ARV, and we'll start to call out through the International Music Council and other regions as well, contribution. Again, Alphonse, doesn't have to be, you know, it doesn't matter the region, it doesn't matter the genre, it doesn't matter the era, but just this important, significant music that has shaped us for centuries, I guess, and society as well. So that's happening now for the next sort of 6 to 12 months as well. And then we'll probably have some more campaigns sort of during this also.
It's really exciting, and I know that we'll probably get questions and also organizations and individuals wanting to contribute also after this, and they're welcome to contact both you at the Global Music Vault, but also the International Music Council, of course. And on an ending note, I will ask the question that everyone else starts with. Why Svalbard?
Yeah, Svalbard is you know, it's a remote place of the world. It's safe, so it's a demilitarized zone in this world. Norway is very well respected when it comes to I guess being politically neutral with you know, those things. And you know, we have the seed vault on this location as well, so the safety's there. And then you have the climate. Obviously it gets to -50s, -60 degrees there, so you're able to preserve technology or mediums or physical things there for a long time if it's on the right medium. So there's a lot of reasons. You know, it's exotic as well. So I think it's 4.5-hour flight from Oslo up north, and it's a, you know, if everyone Google Earths Svalbard, you'll see how remote it is and how close to the Arctic it actually is. But you know, just on that, Alphonse, at the same time we're attempting to work with the world's best technology, you know, we will work with the world's best location for our vaults as well. And be it Svalbard or be it in space or, you know, subsea, you know, there's a lot of possibilities to make sure the music's safeguarded. And then also the best technologies for celebrating as well. I can't wait to see what happens the next 5 years in the music industry with technology. And we hope to embrace that and play a role there too.
That's great, Luke. And as president of the International Music Council, I have to say that what you are doing is an enabler for the 5 music rights, the rights that IMC stands for, that is all about inclusion. It's about respect for the past, working hard to support those working in culture and music at present, but also making sure that we have a diverse and strong musical future. So I have to applaud you for this initiative, which I think, and I know will benefit many in our ecosystem and many who are listening now. So many people have interesting thoughts and ideas. Not all actually get something done. And I guess this has something to do with your entrepreneurial experience as well. In you're used to getting things done. Is there something you want to add before we end up?
No, it's been a great chat. Alphonse, I could talk about the Global Music Vault and our endeavors all the time. We're passionate about this, right? We have a very dedicated team and who are very passionate about the same things you and I are. So it's we just hope that the industry embraces this and puts it on the agenda, and then we can start working together to find some better solutions here.
Thank you very much for that. On an ending note, all I would like to say really is that I would urge anyone to make contact with us. And also, if you have any ideas of music that should be on the first capsule, that is Project ARV, or maybe continuously after that, maybe from one of the archives, musical archives now existing, wanting to move to something that will be even more endurable. You know now that you have the Global Music Vault, and I would only like to once again thank everyone for having us here and for having such a diverse content in an event like this is quite remarkable. So I was very impressed when I saw everything, all the contributors to this event. And once again, thank you to the president of the Batuta National Foundation, Maria Claudia Parias, and also the Secretary of Culture of Ibagué, Grace Cifuentes. And with that, I think we're getting close to our ending session. I'm not sure that I actually hear in my ear. Do we have any time left for a question or discussion? I think so. We're getting to the end. I actually had some problems with my microphone with this. So once again, thank you very much for having us. And next time we're opening up also for questions, and we'll hope to be in place meeting you physically next time. So thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Claudia Dani. I participated in the academic committee of the seminar, and it is my very great pleasure that we will deliver on our promise. And right now, we'll have a look at a short video of Illumina Festival that we promised you would see during the first panel of the seminar. Please enjoy this. It's a beautiful experience. It happens in Brazil, in the city of Mococa, and in the inner part of the state of São Paulo.
Like feel, this is like a hips place. We should feel this, there should be tension in the rhythm.
A vida é feita de nãos, mas quando o sim vem, ele vem de verdade, sabe? E a gente dá valor para o esforço que a gente coloca.
Precisamos levar para doriraro, e não teraroriro. Como estamos dizendo? 71? Yeah.
aquele amor que todo mundo sente, aquele contato entre os estudantes e os artistas, e todo esse amor pela música e toda essa vontade de fazer música e dizer o que tem para dizer através da música. Eu acho que isso torna tão intenso e tão poderoso, e isso faz o Illumina ser algo tão especial, muito especial. Música é uma linguagem, e o que torna a música tão especial e tão poderosa é que ela dá voz. As pessoas podem falar através da música, elas podem expressar a sua dor, expressar o seu amor, expressar a sua angústia, o seu medo. Então, eu diria que é essa possibilidade de dar voz às pessoas. É isso que faz a música tão especial.
Ibagué, Colombia's national music capital, and soon to be a creative music city and host city for this second International Seminar on Music and Social Transformation. We are on site for this event in the auditorium at Tolima University. We are streaming dialogues, ideas, insights, and reflections through our free web link, www.simts.co. Ibagué, as well as being the musical capital of Colombia, is recognized not only for its musical tradition, which is both diverse and rich in rhythms, shapes, and colors, but also for its music festivals, and especially for being the headquarters of the Conservatory of Ibagué and the Amina Melendro Musical Technical Educational Institute of Pulesio. In fact, Maria Claudia, this excellent panel that we have, which we are about to hear from, has as its central axis musical history and Ibagué. We will today have participants, composer and conductor, as well as a member of the academic committee that proposed this conceptual program for this event, Cesar Zambrano, professor and conductor Germán Camacho, and professor and researcher Humberto Galindo. This conversation will be guided by Juan Gabriel Alarcón Carreño, who holds a master's in music with a major in orchestral conducting from EAFIT University. He currently works as the director of the Philharmonic Band and String Camerata and is a professor at the Universidad del Valle in theory and piano. He is a special guest today. He is a teacher, as already mentioned, at Universidad del Valle in theory and piano, and also is the academic director. He's the co-founder of the Ibagué Philharmonic Orchestra. Before we hand over to our guests, marvelous guests who will talk to us about the history of music here in Ibagué and in the Department of Tolima, we would like to remind you that once this panel ends, we will be sharing today's musical ritual, which will be shared by Trip, Trip, Trip. This is a guitar trio that explores Colombian music and Latin American music from a very specific standpoint. And they share the musical influences of each of the members. These are very diverse, and they have great versatility in their sound. So over the last 12 years, several Colombian composers have written special works for this trio. They bring together the mystical rhythmic traditions of Colombia. Pájaros, or birds, the piece we'll be playing, was written by the trio by Colombian composer Alejandra Zuluaga. So now let's hand over to our panel and Juan Gabriel. Juan Gabriel, you have the floor. Welcome. A very good morning to you all. We are very happy to be here in this marvelous event. Thank you for the invitation. We are here to talk about the history of music in Ibagué. Traditionally, Ibagué is nationally recognized as Colombia's musical city. And so I have always been interested in the social and cultural circumstances that led Ibagué, and not a different city in Colombia, to be given this title of Musical City of Colombia. And so recently I published an article, and you start to discover certain interesting ideas. And you realize that Ibagué has a grand musical tradition, especially, or not only in classic music, but also traditional folk music. And so that is why we have with us today 3 excellent guests who will contribute to this conversation to talk about this topic. I would like to start with the following question. We know that Ibagué's musical tradition is perhaps due to a French traveler who came here in the 16th century, Juan Diego, who was staying here in Ibagué, and he was very impressed by the city. And so he was really impressed by the fact that residents enjoyed music so greatly. So I'd like to ask our panelists about this figure, Conde Gabriel, and what was his influence on Ibagué's musical history. Good afternoon, almost, right? I'd like to thank Maria Claudia Parias, the General Director of Fundación Nacional Batuta, and the whole team for this invitation. And I'd like to also thank Gracie Fuentes, our Minister of Culture. Jan Alexis de Gabriach was a count who visited us, and he was also an artist. We know very little about Gabriel, but he had a great love for life, nature, God, and arts. He left some very important, significant comments about Ibagué. He heard music all night long when he came to visit. And when he left, when he finished his travels, he said that this was the most musical city in Nueva Granada. And so he really left the first historic records of Ibagué as a musical city. Thank you very much for this invitation. I would like to add to what has been said about this Count Alex de Gabriach was here in Latin America, carrying out a very important journey. He was going to different countries, in addition to Colombia and Venezuela, Peru, Bolivia. And in his book, Promenade Across South America, you realize when you read this that his perspective, or the perspective that existed at that time, was Latin America as an area, as a region being built. Not only because there was demographic transformation, but also because there were many nascent cities across the region. And that's the context in which these chronicles were written. And this was very important when it comes to what he wrote about Ibagué, because he speaks about it very differently to how he speaks about other places he visited. As Cesar Zambrano has said, the Count also was an artist, so he drew some very informative and illustrative pictures from the musicological standpoint. There are also transcriptions of musical works that were being played at that time. And this book was discovered much later on by a researcher, Álvaro Guárez Somat, and he found this document, and we prior to that, we only had one European newspaper reference to a European traveler who had found a musical city in Latin America. Ibagué is quite strategically located. Ibagué, within Colombia, is a place that you have to pass through to get to several other locations. And I think that one of the important motivations of the Count, why did he come here, is because here in the mountains, in the countryside, there were, for example, peasants and indigenous people who would come through Ibagué to go to different farms or haciendas. And so the Count found that these people played various instruments, one called the rondador and the zampoña. And so this instrument was played by somebody who was also in charge of castrating animals. So that instrument is called colloquially the trapper. And so people would go to local farms and say, look, there's the capador. Because the same person, again, who played that instrument would castrate animals. And there was also a great deal of night music played. There were people who worked on farms and would then come into the city and play. I'd also like to ask you, to tell us about the musical environment in Ibagué at that time. And so there's a very rich musical history here. And perhaps you could tell us a little bit about the musical culture at this time. Were there, for example, music schools or formal music groups? Well, conservatoriums or music schools, they didn't exist at that time because these were really just groups of peasants and locals who would get together and play. In any case, they did play music together. And later on in Ibagué, we saw the establishment of various music schools here in Ibagué, at the end of the 19th century to be precise. And so in Ibagué, you can see a musical movement. We had another important figure called Vargas. And there are also groups of important families. And there was also a formal music class offered in one of the local schools towards the end of the 19th century. There are other sites or teaching locations. And so we start to see the appearance of these more formal institutions at the 19th century. That's exactly right. Of course, there is, we see inter-Andean traditions. There's a certain identification of practices that circulated bambuco music around the Andean region. And this was similar to other musical traditions. And we also see that there was a great divergence of traditional music practices and a divergence with academic practices. This is a trend or a tendency that you can see all over Latin America when it comes to the relationship between European music that started to also found or open conservatoriums. And now, closer to the 20th century, we start to see conservatoriums in Cuba, for example, in Cuba, in Brazil, and in Colombia. And so we start to see the establishment of conservatoriums. We have the National Music Conservatorium and also the Tolima Conservatorium. So we start to see a transformation of this cultural or musical landscape within these urban borders. Okay, so I'd like to speak of my grandfather, Senor Camacho, who passed away. I would speak with him, and he would tell me or that at Agua Dios, he played with Luisa Calvo. He was part of the band and helped or participated in the music school that was founded by the aforementioned woman. And my grandfather would help at the end of the century. So this was towards the end of the 20th century. And so Luis A. Calvo was an excellent pianist. He would spend his time teaching people. And the Camacho family then took on the work of putting together the symphony orchestra. My father was also born during this time. But there were many locals from Tolima and Ibagué who suffered from leprosy. But they nonetheless had a great time because they were able to enjoy music and share space with this grand Luis A. Calvo. And the school was also very sensitive to the lepers' needs. And so we also have Maestro Alberto Castilla. So the artistic life or culture that existed here in Ibagué was quite lovely and very important. There were still also many very rustic houses, even straw houses or adobe houses. You spoke earlier about Count Gabriel, and he said that there were almost no children or adults in Ibagué who did not know how to play an instrument, whether it was the chucho or a drum. And so I think that there was excellent musical and cultural development that was born at that time. And thanks to people like Luis Alcalvo and others, we started to see the development of this culture to an even greater degree. So the words that were written by Count Gauriac, well, we know that locals really love music, and perhaps this was really the driver for us to start to see at the beginning of the 20th century the foundations for the creation of the conservatorium. What were the social and cultural conditions for Ibagué at the beginning of the 20th century to see the foundation of one of the most important musical institutions of our country, which is, of course, the Ibagué Conservatorium. Well, we, of course, have these records, or as well as the European influence. In 1896, we started to see programs where Verdi's works were being played, and we also start to see Colombian music being played by those who we've already mentioned. We see Alberto Castilla, who I think also was an heir to this tradition. He was born in Tolima. But we also have Diego Falan, who's another very important figure of the penultimate century. And I think that perhaps he's the most important link between indigenous music and the connection with Luis A. Rojas, who's already been spoken about. We could talk about him for weeks on end because there's been important work done on his life. And so we have inherited indigenous sounds thanks to these influences. So thanks to Cantalizo, we have this excellent tradition. And so, officially speaking, the music school is thanks to Alberto Castilla, who was one of the first musicians who really interpreted the musical spirit of the city. He understood that with all this love for music and this musical spirit, we had to create a school for Ibagué to be musically recognized, not only for the country, but for the world. And so that was Alberto Castilla's project. And then we start to see further development, the conservatorium, etc. But we also saw at the beginning of the 20th century the school founded by Maestro Castilla. We've already spoken about how in Latin America there's a timeline of how conservatories were founded. But in Latin America, we also have orchestral schools. This is a project that was started by Alberto Castilla as an initiative. A group of families put together this initiative. They wanted to build this a stage for their city, create a space in which cultural development could occur. And this cultural development is obviously associated with a certain demographic that we already know had been affected by historical conditions that were very problematic for Colombia. So there were at least 8 civil wars in the country at that time. And there was an enormous need to create favorable conditions. Alberto Castilla, with his orchestral school, and it was really a flag for the citizens to fly. And so it was about social development through music. And this was very important. Or how was this considered to be so important for such a small city as Ibagué is? Obviously, the cities at this time in Colombia were receiving the best of architectural development, economic development. Ibagué was much smaller, but nonetheless put together this space for music and orchestras and put into practice certain elements that were only being seen in large European cities. Let's think about Scott's work about big musical cities in the world. There is recognition that Vienna and Paris and New York were the leading musical capitals of the world. And they experienced very similar processes, to what we see in Ibagué. And we see continuous musical development here. Why did this happen? And so Mina Melendro, as part of the conversations that I was able to have with her, Alberto Castilla had a great deal of political influence. He had the ear of the governors, and he believed that musical was a credible cause here in Ibagué and that they could really have enormous achievements. And as we mentioned, there were a great number of civil wars, and people really needed to engage in cultural activities. And he was also a musician, he was a pianist, he was a composer, he was a musician. And first there was a school for male musicians, and 2 years later he founded the women's choir, and this was called they called him El Costurero. And all of this was done by Alberto Castilla. And so, Alberto Castilla was, let's say, the driver to start to manage what is today known as the Tolima Conservatory. So we can't talk about musical history in Ibagué without talking about Mina Melendro, as Germán has just said. Doña Mina really took on the baton of continuing with Maestro Castilla's cause and continued for many years and took on this position to manage the conservatory. I'd like us to talk more about Mina Melendro, her importance and the management that she carried out at the conservatory. Very important. She really gave fresh life to the conservatory. as Maestro Camacho has said, we also have to consider the importance of the civil wars. Humberto Galindo has also mentioned this. So educational establishments were closed during these wars. And so there was a very important socio-political moment. And so I'd also like to note that they didn't offer a degree. No, the point was that this was a cultural need that existed in the city, no? They also offered ballet classes there for local children. And you can see how everything continued to be developed until there was an international degree in music offered. So Doña Mina had the great privilege of working next to Maestro Castilla, and she started to do her own work. And I have a program. I actually have a recording of Doña Mina playing. I think it's perhaps the only one that exists, but it's often said that she did not study music, but she played the piano very, very well. And so she became a very important figure, and she took over from Castilla. And she gave life to the Tolima choir and took it to Europe, for example. And it was referred to as Colombia's choir, and that was all under the direction of Doña Mina Melinda, who was Castilla's disciple. And that's why I say that they were the two best performers, representatives of the city's musical spirit. This is very interesting to talk about Doña Mina Melendro, because, you know, there's this stereotype, a topic in our musical history that hasn't been properly examined, and that's gender-related. We have central participation of women in these historical processes. And so the figure of Mina Melendro Pulesio is so prominent that she was born, she partook in a conservatory and participated with other families in Ibagué to help develop this school. She grew up around music, she grew up around instruments, she was trained as an artist, and she understood also the leadership offered by Alberto Castilla. And so I've been working on this for the last 10 years, looking at Ibagué's cultural history. Let's talk about cultural diplomacy. No, many times artists have these very idealistic expectations, but it's very important to create a real stage for society. And I think that that was the mission that Mina Melendro managed to satisfy. She renounced an artistic life to take on the role of a cultural diplomat, no? She also had to manage the institution. But she really opened up a dialogue with central government and important communities around the world based on music to say to them, look, we have a city which wants to develop its musical abilities. We have children who want to be involved. We want to give our best, and we are willing to do whatever needs to be done. And so, for example, putting together this international choir, and we also had the Tolima Polyphonic Choir, and it was really magnificent. We also had festivals, and this is all part of this cultural diplomacy. And I think Ibagué has a lot to be recognized. I mean, Senora Mina, along with Alberto Castilla, had a very fruitful management of the conservatory. Why? Because she was clear on what needed to be done. And she sought support not only from the state, but we also saw the appearance of the undergraduate degree in music. It was actually created the year that I was born, which is why I will never forget when this undergraduate degree was created. Melendra also saw that there were many children here in Ibagué who had musical talent. Then we have issues of displacement, foreigners coming to Colombia, especially to Ibagué. And so she also received great support from consulates, from embassies. These children who are in the undergraduate program, well, we have to train them. We have to give them increasingly better training. And so she started to look for foreign teachers. And with Maestro Cesar, we had our first cello teacher, an Italian teacher who was truly excellent. I might be a fantastic musician, but not a good teacher. But here we have excellent performers, excellent musicians, excellent instructors. And we really fell in love with the music that he played. We loved how he played, and that motivated all of us. We would always say that we received European training. Senora Mina brought all the instruments necessary for the orchestra. She brought maestros here. And we really received and were permeated by these European schools and North American schools, Brazilian, Argentine schools. And this was very important because our children really started to be able to use the instruments. We were lent instruments, we received training, and we were given time.
I would like to go back a little because this is very interesting information. Come back to the topic of Alberto Castillo around the decade of 1930s. I think it was in the year 36. Ibagué held the first National Congress of Music. This was a very important event because topics were discussed that still today are at the center of discussion. For example, the inclusion of music in different regions. In remote areas of the country, they spoke about musical pedagogy, musical education. Almost 100 years ago, they were debating these topics in the city of Ibagué. And this congress that was organized by Maestro Castilla, precisely. So let's go a little deeper into this congress. What was its importance for Ibagué and this country? Yes, for the academics, the most important musical event of the century was this Congress because it brought together ground maestros in Colombia, directors of conservatoires, of schools, of symphony orchestras. Antonio Valencia came, the founder of the Conservatoire of Cali, and this was a very large happening that brought together all these musicians in Colombia at the Conservatoire and at the recently finished hall, our sacred temple, that is the Alberto Castilla Hall. That's where the Congress was held, and a number of concerts. They played concerts for violin and orchestra during that Congress. But the main topic of the Congress was the importance of music education in children. It was very precise in that respect. So just imagine 1936, 1 year before Maestro Castilla died, Colombia was discussing music pedagogy. There was a forgotten topic because the Hungarians were just recently getting here and boosting the world of pedagogy. And in Colombia and Ibagué, we were already discussing the importance of music education in children. And it led to a number of agreements that made it possible to open that scenario. Now, by 1936, there's another phenomenon. It's the fact that with the arrival of foreigners to the Conservatoire and through the support, we started thinking about an international professional music career at the Conservatoire. So that was when the career programs first appeared, because people were not thinking about that. People did not study piano to become a concert pianist and go and play to London. It was just part of humanistic education, of culture, of personal education, and education for coexistence, because it was reaching getting to homes and then playing the piano, and then the little girl would dance and the other sister would start reading poetry. But this is when we started thinking about an international career, and so there's something we could analyze a little bit further on. This Congress was extremely important, not just for IOAG, but also for the country in general. Now, the first National Congress of 1936 was definitely a turning point to understand what was happening in our country, because it was in this scenario that we defined a policy for the following 50 years. A policy about how to educate in public institutions and how to transform the country through music. It was then that they defined policies such as the creation of orpheons, which were choir practice centers for families and for adults outside the educational system, and a whole program on how to educate in folklore and tradition. There were other elements as well that make us ask ourselves, why did Maestro Castilla took the effort to make such a big congress? Well, there is a background. A couple of years before that, the National Directorate for Education had examined and supervised what was the development and the evolution of the Conservatoire as a training institution for musicians. And back then, there was a great need to strengthen the bonds of academia and pedagogy before a practice that was the practices of orchestras and training future professionals for orchestras. There was not well defined back then, but for Maestro Castilla it was well defined. The need to include the Conservatoire within the international community of musicians. These are very short facts that you can verify afterwards. There already was a tradition of Italian musicians migrating towards Latin America in the 19th century. One of the main characters would be Adolfo Bracale, who was the one that first brought Italian opera and developed opera in Latin America and in Colombia in particular, together with Alfredo Spargetta, who came at the turn of the century, of the 20th century, and settled in Barranquilla, making music for silent films with chamber quartets. These two Italians got together, and 1 year before Castilla died, he invited them to consolidate this work. So this made the Conservatoire to take a continuity and become sustainable after the death of Maestro Castilla, and this was within the framework of that Congress. Now, the result back then, with the youth and the children, with the artistic process and musical process, helped a lot to organize this Congress. Senora Mina was very strategic regarding this. She found the Rome Conservatoire program and included a number of professors. There were musicians and conductors and arrangers, and they worked with the choir of Tolima, and as students, we would meet after 5 in the afternoon to listen to the rehearsals of the choir of Tolima. And this was the way that we started learning. We didn't participate directly in the choir because we were very young, but we did learn the different voices of the songs, and it was a moment of sharing and community and society, and culture. It was a thing between friends. And then we got together to make vocal music, and it was a pride. The choir of Tolima was very successful thanks to the efforts of Señora Mina, and they interpreted folklore at the Colón Theater of Bogota, which had restricted folklore in its stage. Señora Mina helped the choir of Tolima, and she opened that space in Teatro Colón. And so this allowed the choir to share our music, the music that we cherish, to be in all different stages. And this was really important for us. And so this is why the Congress created a guideline that evolved, and for Señora Mina for what she did in the future. Well, again, clearly, and the Conservatoire as an institution in charge of the training of musicians in Tolima had a first role during the last century. But there is a phenomenon that really is interesting. If we look at music texts in Colombia, if we look at history of music, they concentrate in the history of music in Bogota and other cities. But Ibagué, being the music capital of the country and being so important, almost never appears in these books and texts and the history of music in Colombia. So we have not given Ibagué that place that it deserves. So let's discuss a little bit about this. Yeah, it's a complicated issue. I would like to make a precision. When the first teachers came in the post-war era, these teachers came by public calls of the Conservatoire at the embassies and consulates, and they were great musicians, but unfortunately they didn't have the students to create a career. So the music career had not been thought about before 1950. So they did recitals in the Castilla Hall, but they had almost no students. But then they had the idea to create a musical baccalaureate, and that was very important. In 1959, they created the Conservatoire. They did the first folklore festival. They established el Mundo líquido oficial. And that was important in 1959. But after the music baccalaureate, we started developing the idea of studying an instrument for 10 years and become a professional musician. And I think we were on time, because acknowledgement, well, on that we can agree, but that's a struggle that we don't really care about. We just want to get things done and defend our tradition and work to defend our musicians and our music. And I do believe that Ibagué, that's one of its charms. When people come to Ibagué, you show them a music city that is hidden, because people don't really know it. But when you start showing, and the beautiful houses of Ibagué, for example, this was the house where Doña Mina lived for all her life at La Pola. The house is exactly how she left it when she died, with the porcelain collection, and you go into that house where she received presidents, and that's very inspiring. And when you have special guests in Ibagué, you take them there, thanks to her grandchild, who is the director of the museum, and that was Doña Mina's piano, and so many historical things. So yes, this is a city that definitely lacks the acknowledgement, they're saying, on paper. But as I said before, since the Count of Gabriac, our first international registrar, what I'm sure is that, yes, we are a little bit hidden, but we do have a treasure in this city. to continue working. We have been a music city, we are a music city, and will continue to be a music city forever. And that is our birthright. We don't care about recognition. We are music, and we open our doors to musicians of the country and the world when we get here. The widest and the most sincere welcome for these musicians. I don't really care about being hidden in the pages of history. Yes, the problem of telling an updated history of music in EOG, that is the first problem. It is a very late exercise in our city, this reflection of researchers and historians based on main sources. Hector Villegas was one of us and the main chroniclers. With a short text, he taught us how to build and rebuild a history. Then there were very particular projects and more regional projects focusing on folklore, like the works of Blanca Álvarez de Parra. And that school of thought, they tell us other stories where the epicenter is not the conservatoire, but all these people in the region were involved with the space. Maybe we have not discussed this in detail, but another important cultural aspect of the first International Congress of Music is that that's where different practices had their roots created. Bands, for example, and the approach to bands as a departmental process that is fundamental today. These bands were born at that Congress, and so the dialogue begins. That is not very evident, but yes, there is a dialogue of traditional musics and scenarios that traditional music, that academic music enjoys. These Italian musicians that are part of our heritage, they got here en masse due to a very particular anecdote. In one of the tours of Alfredo Squarcetta to promote the choir of Tolima, that was traveling on one of his first tours, they went to Honda, and there was no audience because not even the mayor took care of the logistics. The following day, the whole board of directors of the Conservatoire quit. Less than 3 weeks after, the departmental government went to Bogota and they requested a roster of international professors for the Conservatoire because it needed to be the main center. Yes, we have faced many hardships. The Conservatoire and all the institutions that have worked for music in the department and the city, all these institutions have had to face great hardship to keep this commitment that today we can see with this new generation that is revitalizing this manifesto, the fact that we are the music city. It is a story that needs to be documented, and there is this great need. I would like to finish with this. We need to work on the documentation center to tell the story. Yes, many times people and institutions don't need an introduction. Ibagué is widely acknowledged as a music city because of the facts. Any musician from Ibagué, they have the best positions at different orchestras around the country. So yes, teachers are from Ibagué. It's like an endorsement. People know that we create great musicians. Now we have the Amina Melendro School, which is the Conservatoire of Ibagué, because Conservatoire is an institution that teaches art. So Ibagué is still active in the arts, in the music. And I believe that that story that acknowledges the National Conservatoire is reflected on the great musicians that we create. Our alumni go to all the institutions because they're top quality. And in IOAG, thank God, God has blessed us with art and with music. And we are very appreciated wherever we go, abroad or in Colombia. We have just a few minutes. A very quick question just to close. How can we see, how do we visualize IOAG in the future? What about the short-term future? What are the expectations, the music and cultural expectations of the music city of Colombia? We are convinced of the importance of music in the development of our city. We believe that in IOAG, lots of very important and significant things have happened. The first folklore festival that included lots of politics, 10 days. We were the music city of the country, but we were also the peace capital of the country. We need to talk about this. We forgot this peace. There was peace created with all the violent actors. So we are convinced that music will make us a beautiful, a kind, a welcoming city filled with love. I would like to read a short line. There are lots of names left out of this history of IOAG. They dwell in the hearts of their closest friends. We love them as well. Maestro, thank you for the invitation. Thank you for your impressions.
And we will have those stages for music and dance and theater, and they will be full of people, so they can really physically meet and participate. In other our projects, we had bigger connection with people when we created some furnitures in the courtyards, painted walls and so on. But this project, Culture to the Courtyards, was just in the beginning of quarantine, and we wanted to bring joy to people, bring them like a gift, because they were locked down. Some of them were afraid to leave their apartments. They didn't open doors to people what they don't know. So we actually wanted them to come next to the window and to look and participate in that way. But we believe that next summer they will be outside, and there will be like a new stage courtyard.
I want to thank this opportunity. I'm very curious about both projects. It was very interesting to witness you. Let me ask Patricio, I will look out for your production, and I would like to ask you about those other possibilities presented by the virtual one. For example, opera is an art that happens on stage with actors. Of course, this implies an exercise of the imagination of the audience. There were composers like Wagner that wanted a dragon to appear on stage, or magical characters, and you have to imagine that as the audience. For you, how difficult or how easy was to bring these exercises of imagination to be a little bit more literal through the advantages of technology? Indeed, this is very interesting. In the time of Wagner or Verdi, and I'm going back to the time when we had to go to the theater. There was no cinema, there was no television, there was no internet. Audiences sat there at the theatre, there are some Wagner pieces that last for 4 hours, and it was a different time, and I do value that. And I love Verdi and Wagner and Puccini. And the mise en scène had to be very large. And of course, because they needed to fund the production, but it was a different thing. Nowadays, I believe that people and children, for example, want something that is faster and more immediate. There is this consumption. Consumption is faster, and this is why in the Previ methodology we focus on building operas that, for example, can't be longer than 1.5 hours. They must be hybrid, and the virtual aspects are going to be a revolution, because right now it's only the game platforms that are functioning, like Fortnite and other shooting video games. Children spend hours there, and we also think, how can we reach these children? I said, okay, let's go into their area of influence. So with developers, we managed to build this platform that emulates a video game and implicitly includes the piece. They can look at the characters, they can listen to the music. And I believe that is going to be a revolution. This possibility to watch and witness theater pieces online. Godin, I want to ask you about this. What about the memory after the performance, at the windows, at the balconies? How to guarantee that that ephemeral experience in that particular city can be recorded? Not a continuity, but just an exercise in memory. How will you address this matter?
I will ask to repeat the question if you might.
Sí, ¿qué queda para la memoria después de todo el ejercicio del performance en la ciudad, en las ventanas, etcétera? ¿Cómo hacer que esto se perpetúe, mejor dicho, en la memoria de los habitantes?
So actually, all those performances which were in the courtyards was just the beginning. It was just the beginning for other activities which we did later on and still continuing. So it was just one piece of everything what we are doing with Fluxus Labs and communities. So when we brought the culture to the courtyard, that performance, after that, people started to make their own events. And later on, we had workshops there. We created furnitures. In winter, we had a Christmas bus, which was with Christmas music, and it traveled around Kaunas city and Kaunas district. We made open call that communities would be able to participate and advise their courtyards, their yards where the bus could come. So we are not choosing like random communities. We most of the time talking with the same people who are in the program or inviting new ones and then continuing the process with them where they participate more and they create their own environment then.
Okay. So I think we are going to close the panel. Of course, we could talk for hours for these kinds of topics, but I'd like to thank Patricio and Gola. Thank you very much for being here. No, thank you for the invitation. Thank you, everybody. And I now will hand back to Pilar. Thank you very much. Pilar. Thank you very much to the three of you. The second International Seminar on Music and Social Transformation is an event organized by Fundación Nacional Batuta and the Secretariat of Culture here in Ibagué, along with 10 other public and private entities supporting us. We will now have a closed session looking at the Creative Cities Network of UNESCO, which has promoted cooperation between different creative cities as a strategic factor in urban development. This dialogue will be run by Jorge Rosenthal, who's the focal point for Valparaíso, Jose Foriaisen-Cross, who's also the focal point for Frutillar. We also have a representative Morelia, Mexico, and Qingling Ho from Santo Domingo. We are also joined by Franklin Torres, who's in charge of Ibagué's creative candidature before UNESCO. And the panel will be run by Juan Luis Restrepo. And we will be looking at cities that have creativity at the center of their development. We hope that you have a wonderful afternoon, and please remember that we'll see you tomorrow at 8:50 a.m. to continue with our dialogues and reflections through these keynote speakers and also panels, as well as in-depth interviews tomorrow. 1st of October, we'll be looking at the Hope for a New Future, Music in Building a Better Future. You can also access all of the content of the seminar for free through the platform www.simts.co. We will be waiting for you tomorrow. Also, please remember to follow us via social networks using the hashtag Que Suene el Cambio. Make change sound. Thank you. Thank you very much. So, I think we'll be sharing the first segment of this closed session for Spanish-speaking and Portuguese-speaking guests around Latin America. And then there was also the need to mention Tatiana Navarra from La Habana and Chico Cis, the representative for Salvador de Bahia, for the Fundación Gregorio Mateus that does very important work with different events in the city. So let's get started with our meeting space. For those of you who were not here yesterday, let's now explain a little more about Ibagué becoming a member of the UNESCO network of creative cities. So basically, the idea is to bring the city together with different strategic partners. So in addition to the projects that we've seen run by individuals and artists and collectives, as well as communities and individual institutions, in the case of the network of creative cities, cities actually here nominate themselves to become part of this creative cities network, not only for transformation in each city, but also for cooperation with international cities in different spheres, amongst them music. Ibagué is going to be part of this network. Well, it's already put itself forward to be part of the network, and we have representatives from the 6 Latin American cities that are already part of the network, and they will share with the strengths of each city with the audience, talking about the values and the idea, or they will tell us, about how they convince the institutions and governments about how music is important for social transformation. So we'll hear about experiences from the whole continent. And we will then stop our public streaming to have a closed space for the cities to speak amongst themselves. And the idea is to put together different work channels and also find the way for local governments, because these cities have become very important actors on the global stage. And the idea is to obtain global transformations through specific actions taken in each territory. So let's start this presentation. I would like to invite Jose Feuraisen from Frutillar in Chile to share with us. This is a city that, of all of the cities that we've invited today, is the only one that has as a focal point and an access a private organization. Welcome, Jose, to Ibagué, where we are transmitting this event from, and welcome, Frutillar. Hi, Juan Luis. It's great to see you. And also greetings to all of the other cities represented here. I know that I was just hearing from a friend who's there on site, and she was telling me how great it's been. So hi, Monica. Let me share my screen so I can give a very short presentation about what we've been able to do here in Frutillar. Just a short presentation. Frutillar is a small city in the south of Chile. It's where the Patagonia region begins and where the Latin American continent begins to break apart. And in Santiago, we have 7 million residents. No? And in Frutillar, we have around 250,000 residents. Frutillar has only 18,000 residents. The next large city close by is 250,000 residents. So we're really like a small village. Why am I saying this, and why is this important? Because the whole proposal, how to include creative industries and the arts at the center of this, obviously occurs within this paradigm, no? How are small cities developed? Frutillar is well known for its beautiful stages. And so we are also renowned for our fantastic landscapes. Here you can see an important tradition around music, principally classical music. We have many projects, and many musical projects have been very successful here in this city. We have a festival of classical music that is held every single year here in Frutillar. We also have fantastic infrastructure that also enables us to mobilize infrastructure year-round. So this applies for the whole region. Frutillar is not only Lower Frutillar or Frutillar Bajo that you can see here. And so here we have some very vulnerable, poor sectors and very precarious sectors, as well as middle-class areas. Frutillar is the poorest city in this province. And so we asked some music, what can we actually do to take advantage of this fantastic cultural artistic landscape to bring sustainable development to the area? The objective was to create sustainable development and come up with our action plan or action plans. So we have 6 different concrete lines of action. So Basically, the idea is to look systematically at where the greatest gaps exist and where art, culture, and cultural industries could be an entry point. Firstly, we have employability and entrepreneurship. Secondly, we want to improve local education. Thirdly, social integration platforms through arts. We've learned a great deal about this from our friends in Bogota and Medellin. The fourth is related to the content of local creative content. How can we generate more better content? This is a very small city, but it has these huge stages. And so we are characterized by the grandiosity of our programs. And we are very creative. We've shown that to the world, and this is what we've been able to do. And we also have a lab. Essentially, our territorial development center is, of course, corresponds to a small city. So that's precarious. That's the fifth point. We wanted to ensure that we correctly manage and put together information. And sixth, we want to collaborate with other cities because, you know, we need to generate national links and networks. So that's how we've been able to access local, regional, national, and international networks. So all the way from our own institutional missions, we've been really leveraging this to get the greatest potential. Let me tell you about two specific cases where we've been able to have a great impact. We have creative learning. The idea is to get teachers working with professionals from creative industries so that they can, for example, in language, mathematics, and science classes, leave behind the logic of a traditional classroom where there's a teacher who gives a math class and the children, a lot of the time, are unfocused and are not actually learning. In fact, then thinking about what they'll do during playtime, during recess, when they're going to go out and play, or when they're a bit older, when they might go and see their boyfriend or girlfriend. And so the idea is to develop creative skills amongst our children and also have better academic performance. We have been able to do this in all of our local schools, and we've been doing it for 3 or 4 years with great results. Then we have creative destinations. So this is for the whole region. The idea is to cross over creative economies with tourism to look at how to create opportunities for what we call creative tourism experiences in 4 creative sectors: music, gastronomy, handicrafts, and visual industries. We have also worked with certain entrepreneurs in the whole basin, Guayaquil, and we're very proud of what we do. A third example is cultural symphony, Sintonía Cultural. And so we work with local institutions and where we come up with local content so that we can fine-tune and balance out Frutillar's identity by linking this to these projects, as well as looking at our more Creole identity, and also connect with the more precarious part of Frutillar. This is a Latin American reality. It's all over Latin America. It's very difficult to work with different entities at this level. The idea is to synthesize our territorial identity and to, in practice, in the Sintonía Cultural, look at identity. It's actually a radio program where we have the involvement of different people from all over Frutillar. We look at local identity and ask ourselves, what is this identity that we enjoy? Through the Creative Cities Network, we've learned that creative cities actually coordinate institutions, people, and programs. And so the idea is to look at programs and to have a local influence. I think they've been quite successful. The idea is to work with local, regional, national, and international networks. The idea is for people to look at us as an option to invest and to collaborate with from all around the world. The other part of inspiring creative cities is related to our Sustainable Development Center. We know that the aim at the end of the day for all territories is to carry out sustainable development, or at least that's how we see things. And the idea here is to find new opportunities for education, for poverty, for gender equality, so that we can also have just and decent economic development. We also have an environmental agenda here. The idea is to speak with creatives and artists and say, how can we do this? We have two very important effects here. Firstly, innovations that are very interesting for our territories, new ways of facing these problems, and secondly, new markets for the creative industries and creative sectors. More inventions. The idea is for art and culture to be worked on and be developed. Finally, we have creative cities as scalable creative labs. So we have, for example, culture and art and the creative economy at the heart of local developments to test out things that can then be scaled up to other more complex or more difficult territories that do not necessarily have the same attributes that we enjoy in Frutillar. That's what I had to say. Thank you very much, and let's continue speaking. Thank you very much, Jose. It's very evident that when it comes to the Creative Cities network, size doesn't matter, and the quality of experience is really what matters when it comes to creating these networks, in which, as you say, there's the ability to scale up and kind of go viral. I know that's a terrible expression to use, given that we're in a pandemic, but the idea is to look at these germs of ideas that can then be scaled up. Here we have all of our representatives on screen. Salvador de Bahia, Valparaíso, Morelia, Santo Domingo, Frutillar, and Ibagué. Great. Now let's welcome Havana, which is of course synonymous with music. And we always say in these meetings of the Creative Cities Network that the red is not worth having without these strong musical cities. So welcome, Tatiana Vieira. She is the director of projects for the provincial government of Havana. Thank you very much for taking the time to be with us and joining us with your team. It's great to include Havana and hear your voice here. Thank you. It's great for us to be here. It's a true honor. I'd also like to greet you all of our friends. It's fantastic to be here sharing this space with you. The interpreter apologizes. The speaker is very far away from her microphone. The last presentation was very interesting, and in fact, I think that we could have a closer look at some of what's being done in Frutillar to see if we could perhaps cooperate with one another. Also, I'd like to say hi to the representative from Valparaíso, Morelia, and also thank Fundación Nacional Batuta, the City Hall of Ibagué. And thank you for organizing this event and for welcoming us to participate. This is, of course, a calling for Havana. This represents an excellent opportunity to participate. And as we have done on other occasions, we would happily share our experience. In the name of my colleagues, and you can see some of them are here with me, these are members of my team. We have this group here in Havana working in this city. Some of my colleagues today have also been watching this event via streaming, and we're very grateful for the opportunity to represent our creatives and our artists. And we have been closely following the event. This kind of work, well, some of our artists are not present here today, but I would like to say that we are contributing to this fantastic Creative Cities network. I think we'll celebrate 2 years of membership since October of 2019. Of course, creativity is a strategic pillar of our capital city here in Cuba. This has been our purpose, our mission. In fact, a long time before we became members of this network for the creative city. I think it's important for us to use these spaces, of course. It's been an enormous challenge, not only for people in Havana and Cuba, but for the whole world, because we have been suffering this extremely tedious pandemic. And the point is that we have seen an impact on creativity and imagination. The point is to represent the people and communicate with people. As Diego said, here people carry music in their soul, in their heart. We think this is an excellent opportunity. The interpreter apologizes. The audio is very poor. We have a great commitment here that in complex situations or in a worst case scenario, we will continue to fight for creativity. But we have the conviction to stay dedicated to this cause. In Havana, music is a distinct characteristic that defines us. Here in Cuba, we really want to stand out for this, as Juan Luis Restrepo has just said. You know, we have our own idiosyncrasies as locals of Havana and as Cubans. And we see these representations in the capital. We have many different musical genres. And this is really part of our daily existence here in Havana. Music accompanies everything that we do. We have a very rich musical history, and of course, this has been the foundation for the work that we have done to include Havana as a musical city. And in different fields, we have many projects. We have festivals, many participants, everything that's related to music. We also have our popular festivals, and in the capital, this is part of the musical richness of Havana. In 2020 and 2021, we've seen an economic impact. We've seen a social impact of the pandemic. And we must say that groups of local creatives have come together. We have divided them into 3 strategic axes. And this has been absolutely fundamental. We have focused on design, on sustainability. We have a great deal of musical programming. In fact, in our artistic study plan, we have focused on doing this work, despite the fact that our schools are no longer functioning with on-site classes. And so we have creative initiatives being taken, and we continue with our creative activities. Now we work in a virtual format. We have music festivals. We have a great number of participants. We have festivals that many people enjoy, our national festival, and many of our friends participate. But our salsa festival has already opened up applications for 2022 for it to be held on site, but it's also held online. We have another very important event, an international Cuban festival. And of course, I think it's very important to mention that all of this has been possible thanks to the participation of more than 5,000 artists and professionals. And I think that we've really been able to continue thanks to all of the participants. We have different regions involved. And we also have broadcast these festivals on local and international TV channels. And so, we've been able to maintain these events despite the difficulties of the pandemic. We have held adapted concerts, and in the first quarter of 2021, we had already worked with 226 artistic units that had made their recordings for their festivals. Thousands of musicians participating in our programs, in our musical programs. We have a Havana Music Festival. The interpreter apologizes. There is audio interference. We have also engaged in tertiary education in this area. Like I said earlier, everything is being broadcast on television. We also have student participation and production to look at how we can share these events. In 2020, we had excellent audiovisual production, that can be seen in over 200 artistic works. And we've won international awards. We have a local orchestra that won a Latin award in 2020. And this happened right in the middle of the pandemic. We also have worked on design and communication campaigns. We've also ensured access to internet and the use of social networks. We have, of course, people who cannot attend on-site, and it's been very important to work on the technological aspect. All over Havana, all parts of Cuba. And of course, we've reached many other places. Another strategic aspect that we focus on is protecting artists. You know how sensitive the Cuban government is to our artists, and every single month we've made advances. We have a monthly delivery at basic salary given to artists because artists have not been able to do their work. Musicians during the pandemic have not been able to give concerts, and salary protection has been important. I must say that we also saw significant devaluation, millions of dollars. We've also systematized reactivation of our musical heritage. On the 16th of November, we will be celebrating over 500 years since the city was founded. La Habana. Havana has been a city has been experiencing COVID infections, and the idea is to reactivate life a little in the capital. And the exchange that we've had with other creative cities over the last 2 years has also been very important. And we've spoken with Santo Domingo, República Dominicana, with other creative cities in Spain. And we've also had the opportunity to have exchanges with New Orleans and Indonesia. And that's been thanks to music in our city. And so we are permanently focused on sustainable development of our city. And we have also been looking forward to a slow and steady recovery for our residents. We are looking at new business models and new collaborations. Over the last 2 years, this has been extremely important. Lastly, thank you for the opportunity to present to you. Of course, we would love to continue with this conversation and to hear feedback from the other cities represented here today, the network of creative cities around the world, especially cities in the Americas. We're very interested and happy to be here. Thank you once again.
Thank you, and thank you to the whole team from Havana. During the second bit, we'll have a look at a summary of the topics that were identified from the meeting that Valparaíso led a couple of months ago. And I can see that these topics are reflected on these experiences in Havana in relation to the worries about the population. This is one of the topics that has been most frequent during the seminar. This morning we had a panel on the role of music in mental health of people due to the confinement. And in the work to safeguard artists who are a very affected population by these circumstances of international work. Well, we'll go over these lines again. Now, we would like to invite our host city, Daniela Sanchez, representing the mayor's office of Ibagué. She was present at the meeting of Valparaíso, and she will introduce our host city and its strengths, which will make it the music capital of Colombia for a long time, and hopefully soon member of the Creative Cities Network. Welcome, Daniela. Juan Luis, thank you. In the name of the mayor of Ibagué and of Batuta, we thank all these creative cities that participate in this forum. I want to present the city of Ibagué. We are a creative city of music located in the center of the country. Our population is about 541,000. And we have great riches, natural, gastronomic, and cultural, especially in music. This differentiates us. By a resolution last year, the mayor designated the Secretary of Culture as responsible for the bid to become part of this network. And we also created the advisor committee, which included very significant professionals for Ibagué and Colombia in music. And this process that we were working on and going through, we asked, how are we going to present our candidacy, and why were we a music city, and why were we the capital of music? So we identified 4 aspects that were very relevant. Number 1, training centers. Ibagué offers high quality education in music from very basic up to professional, and the city has a very deep cultural identity. For over a century, we have been acknowledged as the city of music. We also have 2 creative districts, one of those focusing solely on music, which is called the Music Capital. And number 3, we have a cultural and artistic agenda throughout the whole year. In this process of evaluation, we found that we have academic baccalaureate, we have a technical program in Andean music, because it's part of our identity. We offer free education, technical education for the people of the city. And we also have the Tolima Conservatoire. This institution offers technical and professional and postgraduate education, which is extremely important for us. Now, regarding cultural identity, in 1906, we started this academic labor in the conservatoire. This was very important for us. That was the National Music Congress that we remember today. We are here today following that heritage, almost 100 years after working for music. We have also polyphonic choirs, and in year 87 we started one of the most significant festivals regarding music in the city, and this is the National Colombian Music Festival that became institutionalized, and this is very important for us too. In addition, in 2008, through the Superintendency of Societies, we registered our brand as the music capital for Colombia. This process is aimed to strengthen music as an access for local development. And lastly, we presented our candidacy to the Creative Cities Network. We're hoping that it will be fruitful for us. Now, we identified what are those assets and those cultural furnishings. We found over 200 furnishings where we can house over 70,000 spectators, theaters, squares, stadiums. These are furnishings that are very significant, where we can develop all these cultural and artistic activities throughout the city. Our creative district, the first one was created last year, 25-hectare complex orientated to music. Now, during this process, this year we launched a number of tax incentives because we wanted to create this, but not just create it, but do work so that the district can function. So we created these incentives through the mayor's office and with approval of the municipal council. And we offered exemptions for up to 5 years regarding industry and property tax. So this is very important. And according to the Chamber of Commerce, We have over 20 new companies relocating to the creative district. This says that we are having success. Now we're also developing an agenda to reactivate the economy and acknowledging the effects of the pandemic in the city to boost reactivation. Our second creative district is called Creación. This district also develops music activities, but focuses more on urban art. In Medellin, you can have a graffiti tour. The same thing can happen in Ibagué. And so around here, we're trying to boost these very significant aspect of culture. Now, we focus on music in over 20 of these venues. Frutillar, the representative from Frutillar was talking about this, and I thought, we have very similar festivals. Frutillar said that they were working together with the Circular in Medellin. We also have a platform that's called Disonarte. We want to generate a market platform for local artists in the city. Havana also mentioned its jazz festivals. We have Tolly Jazz. In the case of Morelia, we have become very close with them. So they have invited us to participate in November in their festival, the Music Festival of Morelia. And I believe that these creative cities have a very big potential to create a network amongst ourselves to support our festivals. On the other hand, we believe that music is an axis for development, and we work towards that. And we believe that, number one, we must articulate with the different actors and generate a formalization of employment, because we acknowledge that our sector is highly informal, and we want to formalize employment for everyone, not just employment, but also of companies. And hence, all these incentives that we are offering. We have excellent training options. We have very high standards in education, and we have inclusion and access to music to all our inhabitants. We kept this in mind when we created our music plan. This plan that's called Ibagué Creativa was developed along strategic axis. But we always thought of how to articulate it. We didn't want it to be static or isolated from other plans in the city. So what we did was that we decided that we needed to articulate with the municipal and the departmental and even the national plans. And we had to relate it to those agendas. The creative agenda that comes from the Ministry of Culture that seeks to reactivate the sector, and the regional agenda. We're one of the few cities that has had success in this. Our municipal programs are present in the region as well. So this we consider is very important. Now, regarding the strategic axes, we have identified 4 of them. The first one is music training, very important. Number 2, research and knowledge. Number 3, entrepreneurship and productivity. And the last one that Frutillar also mentioned is cultural tourism. Now, these axes guide our strategy, but we also want them to have a cross-cutting line, which is internationalization, together with SDGs. And so all our actions along the strategic lines would be informed by SDGs. Now, we worked on a very important basis, which is cultural heritage, equality, gender, and governance. This means that the government has to participate, academia has to participate, private entities and actors from the sector had to participate, everyone. That's how we developed this integration within the plan. Now from there, different projects spring. We have identified some common points with other creative cities. Number one, the development of the educational system in music. As I was saying, we have high quality training in music, but we have to improve it still. We need our students, we need our teachers to move around and generate internationalization for them to go abroad and then come back. And we need to offer education that is free and accessible for all. And I think, I hadn't mentioned this, but from the mayor's office, we created a program that's called Semifarte, and it's training for children and teenagers that is offered in all the districts of cities and all the rural areas. We take music training to urban and rural populations. Then we have sustainable development, and that's when we thought about cultural tourism. We identified the potential that our festivals have and how important it was for us to help and boost and strengthen these festivals. And so what we bore in mind during this process was that we want to create musical and cultural products that can be sold. That's what we did with festivals. What we seek is to help them to organize around that, the festival and the time around that festival, the weeks before, the week after. That's a whole model. Additionally, we have the music cluster, which is very important. And each of these projects has followed the guidelines of the SDGs. And each project helps us to reach each one of the goals. In addition, we have the observatory. Regarding our observatory, we reached a similarity with the Cultural Observatory of Michoacán in Mexico. We also went into a call in Mexico, and they approved this project. Just this week, we received approval. It's not just a transfer of methodologies and knowledge, but also to integrate. The doors of IWG are open for all the people who want to collaborate with this project. We have another project that we have advanced in. This is the Creativity Lab. We thank the support of the Bolívar da Vivienda, El Domo, and this lab will be developed along 3 lines. The first one is knowledge and vocation. Number 2 is talent scenarios. And the third one is connection to culture. The lab will seek to support these music projects and cultural projects from their beginning to their maturity. But the most important thing is that we will offer conversations, training sessions throughout the year. We'll generate scenarios because it's important to reach circulation for musicians to do their performances, to have a platform for their market, and for them to reach all the population. We need to strengthen the program Semifarte, as I mentioned before. As a city, our proposal for all the creative cities is that we create a network of observatories throughout Latin America. I think this is a very important initiative because we're working towards SDGs, and the question is, how can we work through networks, how to have success and join these observatories and work towards measurements. But not only that, but also towards joint projects. Research and knowledge are very important. And I think our creative cities have the same awareness, the importance of measuring music, that's impact that it generates on the people. Daniela, thank you very much. We're going a little bit over time, but we'll keep the public broadcast until all cities have been heard. This will shorten a little bit our private session, but this is the value of these Now we welcome Maestro Raúl Olmos Torres. He's the director of the Rosas Conservatoires, one of the most important conservatoires in Latin America. If I'm not wrong, it was founded in 1743. But he's a concert guitarist. Maestro, welcome. And welcome, Morelia. Maestro is showing a few videos. I don't know if you want to greet us before the videos, and then you can do your presentation. Morelia, Creative City of Music. Good afternoon, everyone. It is a very great pleasure. And it's my pleasure to greet all the representatives in the cities. A fraternal hug for everyone. Indeed, Morelia is a significant city in city. It's at the center of the country, and it has over 1 million inhabitants. It's a large city. Since October 2017, when it was named Creative City of Music, this appointment was reached thanks to the participation of a number of institutions, the Conservatoire of Rosas, the Michoacana University, and different international festivals, the Jazz Festival, the Organ, Guitar, Opera, Mariachi, among other significant festivals housed in the city of Morelia. Originally, projects were presented like the Documentation Center and the Study Center for Music. In the original project to become a creative city of music, we also did a program for young orchestras and a Center of Studies for Music and Cinema, a symposium of creative industries, but always with a social vocation. I would like to share with you the most important part of this process, which was the merger. The mayor office brought together the artists to create a committee to ensure the institutional future, because governments changes and policies change. So this committee that was created, that is acknowledged at the mayor's office, all different instances and actors are included there, and their permanence is ensured through changes of government. But I want to focus on 3 videos that mention the Conservatoire, Morelia Creative City of Music, and the city of Morelia in general. I think images are worth 1,000 words. So let's watch.
Somos Morelia. Somos Morelia.
Somos Morelia. Somos Morelia.
Ciudad creativa.
Ciudad creativa. Ciudad creativa. Ciudad creativa.
De la música.
De la música. De la música.
Hola, soy Morelia.
Mi alma es un mosaico de sonrisas y visiones diversas. La historia que cuento se siente entre mis calles. Soy patrimonio cultural de la humanidad y tengo por piel cantera rosa. Soy tradición, cultura y sabor, alegría, experiencias e historias. Y esta es mi voz. Eres bienvenido, te estoy esperando. Gracias a todas las personas que hacen posibles nuestros festivales. Gracias por estar y ser Morelia. Ven a vivirlos.
These are two videos that we presented about Morelia. I would just like to mention that currently the committee, after the change of government 1 month ago, and the way to establish a kind of civil association that is independent from the municipality ensures our permanence throughout different municipal governments. Now, all these people are integrated, and we have gone through 3 governments already, and the committee is still going, and it gives relevance to the social aspects and strengthening festivals, because we are convinced that these festivals are a possibility to multiply and strengthen the economy of culture. Why is this important? Because festivals boost hotels, bars, restaurants, transport, in addition to the clear cultural benefit. This was my brief presentation, and during our work session, I have a very concrete proposal so that we can discuss, focusing on the similarities of these projects. We can find a common path. We are ready to work together as a city and as a conservatoire. Thank you very much. Maestro, thank you. This is very important. Continuity is important. In this meeting, we are receiving 3 meetings that recently underwent change of government. And so this can generate some trauma on continuity without mentioning the change in policy that new governments might bring. So completely relying on one public administration means that you have the backing, but then you must object to variations that, if not moderated from these organizations and communities, can result in lack of continuity. Back to the Caribbean, Ching Hall, Representative Santo Domingo. She is the director of the program Dominican Republic, Creative and Cultural. Welcome, Chingling Ho. Good afternoon, everyone. A warm greeting from Santo Domingo. Indeed, we have the responsibility to coordinate the program of culture and creativity, which is guided by the President of the Republic, that supports projects such as Creative Cities Network, that I will explain, that it comes from this designation from UNESCO of Santo Domingo as Creative City of Music. I want to share this short presentation that summarizes the objectives that we seek with this designation. I'm speaking from the Caribbean. Maybe many of you will recognize this, the Dominican Republic and the whole Caribbean region, because of our gorgeous beaches and our strong beach and sun tourism. We are very well located strategically at the very center of the Caribbean, of the Great Antilles, and we understand that this gives us a privilege, and it places us in such way that we can become a creative pole of the Caribbean in general. The interesting thing about this location is that we can share through different languages, English, French, and Spanish, all the cultural and historical representations. And although throughout history we have not been connected through music, we can regain this connection. Although we have been known for the sun and the beach, we have also been the cradle of a number of discoveries. When the European culture got here, it started here. And so we understand the strength of cities like Kingston, Jamaica, Havana, Trinidad and Tobago. We're all creative cities of music. Indeed, music, since pre-colonial times, has been very significant. The interpreter apologizes. Sound quality is low. And so it has evolved through time as leisure centers where you dance and you party, and even like baseball matches, public transport. Music was a part of the idiosyncrasy of our cultures. Now this logo that you can see, Do República Dominicana. This year, the Dominican Republic launched this country brand. And from this strategy, in all cities, is reorienting this country brand. And it's perfect time for the city to redesign and redirect its city brand and incorporate music as a significant element in it. For you to understand a little bit of the context of this bid at the time, 2019. In 2019, we had the year of promotion of innovation in the Dominican Republic. When this was decreed at the municipal level, we thought that the bid of Santo Domingo as creative city should be pursued. Now, technically, our bid was not just of the capital city of the National District of Santo Domingo, because from 2001, the metropolitan area of Santo Domingo was divided into 11 large municipalities. So the municipalities plus the national district, which is the capital. But after this distribution, the 3 largest districts keep the name, and we understood that through culture and through creativity, we would be able to reinvent that separation that has been administrative and political, but really culturally has become a significant tool. Now, something that happened at the level of infrastructure is that once we did the split of the territory, the main and on the outskirts, there is a large deficit of infrastructure in that sense. This was also taken into account. We are talking about a total population of about 4 million people in the whole metropolitan area. In addition, Santo Domingo has 4 World Heritage Sites. In 1990, it was our colonial city was included in the roster. It is about 1 kilometer, 1 square kilometer, where we have architectural heritage that is very interesting, and many cultural centers and entrepreneurial centers. Now, in 2008, the list of immaterial heritage included the Cofradía del Espíritu Santo. And it's a religious expression where music is very important. They gather in the outskirts of Santo Domingo, what has become North Santo Domingo, and it was acknowledged by UNESCO. Also, merengue in 2016 was acknowledged as immaterial heritage of humanity.
And in 2019, bachata was also recognized, which is where we are also recognized as a musical city. We've got bachata, merengue. So really we have a whole musical industry that's very prosperous and progressive. We have many local sounds, native sounds that have been able to be developed. And this has led to the recognition of fantastic artists such as Juan Luis Guerra, another great artist who passed away just weeks ago, Mije Quesada, the other merengue players, others that are here in the landscape. And bachata. It's one of the popular rhythms that has taken on most recognition internationally. So, we've had some coordinated efforts from several institutions. We work in a working group through the Santo Domingo Commonwealth Group, and 4 different councils have come together. Santo Domingo East, West, and the National District. We've also had the President's Office involved. We have a coordinated work group with the Ministry of Culture. We've also worked. We've all been working with UNESCO, working with the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, and we've also worked with distinct cultural subsectors to design in order to put forth this city as a candidate for a creative city in the Dominican Republic. Going back to 2012, has had a national development strategy in which we see extensive promotion of sustainable development and how culture is truly a pillar of national development. promoting, of course, social inclusion. And we have a National Directorate of Strategic Projects. This is part of the President's Office, so that we can design the necessary strategies to reach these goals. In fact, this is a way to show how, through music, we can really cause social transformation. We have some very impressive projects where music has played an extensive role and has helped to, in one case, build a mass transport system, which is the cable car in Santo Domingo. And it covers 3 cities. We have Santo Domingo, East, West, and the capital. During the building of this project, we did quite a lot of public visits to the construction site. And so people became quite interested in sociocultural infrastructure and investment. This cable car connects 3 different vulnerable areas. And so we have also quite a lot of informal favela-type settlements in parts of Santo Domingo. But we have a cultural center built as part of this cable car project and extensive sectoral involvement. And so here we can see the true impact of public policy and how we can integrate public projects with creative initiatives. So we can see here how a public transport project in this case also was able to involve culture and music when it was executed and conceived of. Santo Domingo in 2019, together with Havana, Cuba, well, here you can see the current situation and what's happening in all creative cities that have been categorized thanks to the strength of their musical landscapes around the world. We have identified various opportunities and opportunities to create connected networks. For example, in today's event, we heard from the representative from Havana earlier today, and many cities in the region and in the Caribbean have the possibility to get involved in these networks. In fact, at a global level, we have participated. Santo Domingo has been involved in several activities. For example, our music festival, our music day, that was also held and carried out in France, in addition to Santo Domingo. And we've had other partnered events with creative cities around the world. We know that this could be an enormous opportunity to draw cultural tourism to the region. We're focusing extensively on the Caribbean. And as I said at the beginning, the possibility to connect through music and to connect our islands that historically, we have quite isolated islands. This is an excellent opportunity. So how did we start out with these projects? And how are we going with them? With some projects, we've been able to continue to make advances, while due to the pandemic, others have had to be postponed. And the priority is to focus on health above all else. And also, we've been focusing on education in recent months. The idea is to really boost the metropolitan area of Santo Domingo as a creative music city. And so we've been working with people from around the Commonwealth of Santo Domingo. And so we're working on a metropolitan development plan focusing on culture with a special sub-focus on music, coming up with an inventory of projects, infrastructure, and other musical projects for Santo Domingo. Above all, we have had to face a very significant challenge when it comes to data quality in our country and in our city. In fact, we only have one census, or sorry, we have only one satellite account that provides us with demographic information, and the last time that this was updated was in 2015. So we have seen the importance of the cultural sector when it comes to our GDP. In fact, in this study that was carried out, we see that 12% of the productive population here in Santo Domingo is in fact involved in interactive and creative cultures. And when it comes to cultural consumption, we carried out a survey. More than 98% of respondents affirmed that as part of the cultural activities that they had carried out, they used music. And that is why music is so important for us. Also, when Santo Domingo was recognized as a creative music city, our forecast or our goal for the coming years is to try and identify training and promotion activities so that we can provide educational activities to vulnerable members of society. We want to continue to foster cultural activities in our cities and also create a platform where we can share the activities that we're carrying out and really consolidate and promote our cultural and musical activities from all across Santo Domingo. And we are already working on this. And I think that the great value of being part of this international UNESCO Creative Cities Network is the technical support we have and the experience that we can access. But we can also create local networks and really weave a local fabric of creative cities. And we're working at the municipal level. The idea is to look at the experiences, and the capital is our economic, social, and cultural center in the country. And in Gran Santo Domingo, approximately 40% of the population resides. And so we can work with middle-sized and smaller cities in the country. While we do have coastal cities that are very much dedicated to tourism, through our solidarity model, the idea would be to incorporate cultural tourism into what we're doing, recognizing the heritage that each city enjoys. Basically, we have also been able to identify through this network, we've been able to carry out data analysis to see how many municipalities and city halls do not yet have a department or a figure to deal with culture and tourism. They don't have this department in their structure, and this has an enormous impact on the municipal investment that is made in cities. And so we must focus on education and data quality. And so we've also focused a great deal on vulnerable sectors, looking at music houses in Gran Santo Domingo. So this is to create a training space where people can come and be involved in musical activity. As I already mentioned, we have excellent infrastructure, but very much a matter of looking at how this infrastructure is concentrated in certain districts. And so when we also have to look at migratory flows between urban and rural areas. And we need to look at supporting community projects, scaling up abilities with training, and ensure that we have solid cultural entrepreneurship products. When it comes to creating this network, as I mentioned, we do have enormous aspirations. We want Santo Domingo to become a cultural hub, a creative hub in the Caribbean. In fact, we have detected and have initiated conversations looking at all of the capital cities in the Caribbean. And we know that we have enormous potential in the region. And the idea is to form a circuit of creative musical cities in the Caribbean. And the idea is also to hold seminars on Latin music with a special focus on our Latin American cities, incorporating different rhythms and also inviting important presenters and guests. Looking at what music means to our countries, as many of my colleagues have discussed and has been discussed on previous panels, I don't think that we could imagine a world, or what would this pandemic have been like without music? Without these digital platforms that have enabled us to stay connected, I believe that humanity over the last 50, 60 years has seen enormous acceleration of the use of technological resources and has developed a number of platforms. And I think that we've taken great advantage of these tools to mitigate the impact of the pandemic. Given that we are speaking about music, I would like to share a video with you where you can see the details of our candidature to become part of the International UNESCO Network of Creative Cities. Let me see if I can share my video with you. It's quite late in the afternoon for such long presentations.
No. Oh.
Mañana al salir el sol, ay, yo le doy gracias al Señor, por haber nacido donde las flores bailan merengue con ruiseñores y donde el mar siempre es de cristal. Yo no sé lo que a mí me gusta más, si los camboyanes o el carnaval. Lo único que sé que siento orgullo de haber nacido en Santo Domingo, dominicano de corazón. Ay, Santo Domingo, como tú nada igual, caminar por siempre la zona colonial. Pasear nada como tu magia, eres tú mi gran amor. Ay, Santo Domingo, como tú nada igual, como tus palmeras y el sol al despertar. Si Dios a mí me regala una oportunidad, yo naciera de nuevo en mi linda capital. Santo Domingo, qué lindo eres.
Bueno, esta es nuestra parte.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you for inviting me. Let's hear music loud and clear. Yes. Valledupar on the Colombian Caribbean coast was also accepted, or this genre was officially recognized. And Barranquilla also wanted to become part of the network. So I think it's very interesting to consider the network in the Caribbean. Of course, we're missing Jamaica, Kingston, and Porto. But of course, there'll be time later on to connect with them. To close our cycle of presentations, I would now like to invite Chico Asís from Salvador de Bahia. So we will now hear from Chico. We initially had assigned or allocated until 5:20 p.m. to finish this panel. Let me check with our technicians if we can run a little overtime today, but I think we will just have very short time for our closed session. And I would perhaps request that you please simply announce your proposals for the projects to be carried out on social networks. Welcome, Chico. He's an artist who works in multiple media and also has enormous experience in communication and public management. He is currently the director of cultural infrastructure and cultural teams for the Gregorio de Matos Foundation, which, as far as I'm aware, is part of the government of Salvador de Bahia and is in charge of cultural programming for the metropolitan area. Welcome, Chico. The interpreters apologize. There will be no English interpretation for the following segment as the presenter is speaking in Portuguese.
We will change the order while we get back the connection. Let's have Jorge Navarro. I'm sorry, Jorge Rosenthal Navarro. I believe he also was director of Valparaíso Creativo. And he was our interpreter. Apologizes, we're having sound issues. The interpreters apologize. There's a problem with the source audio.
The interpreter apologizes. There is a great deal of background noise. Hello, can you hear me? Can you hear me? Yes, we can hear you. I'd just like to thank you for the invitation to join you here on this panel. And I know that we're a little behind time. I'd just like to tell you a little bit about what we're doing here in Valparaíso. Firstly, Valparaíso has a history very closely linked to music, our development as a port. The interpreter apologizes. There is a great deal of background noise. This is an entry port, the main point of entry to the country, not only for goods, but also for cultural products, innovation, and, that's a characteristic shared by many ports around the world. So, we are a bit of a legendary location here in Chile. The interpreter apologizes. There is a great deal of background noise. And of course, boats that dock at our port don't only bring in goods, but we would also receive musicians who'd bring along their albums, their genres, etc. And they would dock here. And this is the entry point for many cultural products to the rest of the country. And that's the reason for which we have such rich heritage that continues to live on today. Valparaíso is, of course, a musical city. And we participate in this network of creative cities thanks to our musical wealth. This is also a university city. It draws a great deal of tourism. It's an urban hub, the most important urban hub in our region. The interpreter apologizes. There is a great deal of background noise. We apologize, Jorge. We're not actually seeing your presentation. We can't see your screen right now. Let me try again and see if I can share my screen. Please give me a moment. Thank you. Okay, great. Now we can see your presentation. Excellent. We've now lost your audio signal, Jorge. We've lost you. We can see your kids there playing in the background. And now are you able to see my presentation? I apologize. I thought that I was sharing my screen. No problem. Okay, here we go. Let's continue. I was saying, in addition to our history, which so closely links our national development to music, we're in the south of the continent. And so music, creativity, and culture are, of course, a central part of our identity in our university city and in the city that draws such great tourism activity. I don't remember exactly how long we've been a creative city for, but for many years now. We have many festivals. Several of these have already been mentioned on the panel. And let me give you a series of pieces of data, which you can see here on screen. As we were saying just a moment ago, musical cities, or becoming a musical city rather, offers great opportunities for development. But it also, in many cases, means that we are in cities that have a lot of development challenges. It would take me a long time to explain exactly the form that these challenges take in Valparaiso, but of course we have issues with policy. Port cities have been very important economic motors for their respective nations. And this also has an impact for residents. So for us, this project has very robust projects. And the idea is to focus on our musical heritage, but also on our daily life in the city and as the regional capital or hub. We have a plan. We have 24 different subsections with specific actions. Here, as has been said earlier in the panel by my co-panelists, we have many songs that talk about the characteristics of our territory. The whole idea is to talk about the most relevant issues that are occurring in our city through music. Another very relevant point here is related to education, and I here refer specifically to musical education. Creativity, music, and other creative activities do have an important impact on creative cities. And lastly, we have synergies with our communities and lifestyle. What we offer also has an impact on our residents. It's not only what we do on the street, but of course, the work that we do at a social level, creating memories with our residents, and creating new spaces in our cities. So this is a great cultural asset for us. We have a plan that has 4 different strategic pillars. So we have education, cultural landscape, social, and quality of life. And so we have a list of initiatives that in parallel have different types of leadership associated with them. Due to the COVID pandemic, we have seen some restrictions in terms of the impact that these projects generate. But here in Chile, we are also trying to focus on new ways of relating to one another and also creating new frameworks to ensure greater peace. And so dialogue in our city and multiple leaderships as well as our network are extremely important, as is identity and heritage as relevant elements. And so this is how our plan works. The idea is to continue to work creatively. And I think that all creative cities work in a very similar way, while we are also different. This is very important when it comes to this creative cities network, because we complement one another. But it's also extremely important that to highlight that we have common goals and aims. The idea is to look at different cities with diverse agendas. And I'm sure that in doing so, we can see in which spaces we might find commonalities, or spaces in which we might meet and work together on projects that share common logics and common diagnoses. We have a lot to learn from one another. And the idea is also to, of course, circulate our cultural content easily amongst different creative cities. Thank you once again for the invitation. It's been a fantastic opportunity to share with my colleagues. Thank you very much. Excellent, Jorge. Thank you. And very interesting to hear how to see how each city has different graphical representations of the plans that you're putting into action. I think that you have many points in common with the previous presentation from the BAM. And in the time that we have left to work in a closed session, the point is to try and map out these shared areas or overlapping areas. So now let me pass over to Chico, who's in Salvador de Bahia. Please go ahead, and we'll then come back to our working session. Yes, I apologize for the technical issues during my presentation. No problem at all. Thank you, Jorge. Okay, thank you very much. Welcome, Chico. We've got you back. Fantastic. Thank you so much. These two dimensions you've discussed are so interesting, and I don't think these have been fully explored.
Are you getting the audio? Yes, it was a little bit interrupted. Maybe we can share the link for the video to get to know this experience of the museum. We have not seen throughout our presentations a project similar to this one for memory and transmission. I wanted to highlight the infrastructure and the furnishings that Santo Domingo mentioned, that they had a little bit of a problem. Bogotá also has a problem of concentration within furnishings downtown and the historical center of the city. And this project for furnishings around the outskirts and within the territory, I think, is one of the most relevant aspects that we will be able to discuss with Salvador. Maestro, would you like to conclude? I think we're going to close the broadcast. But if you have a final message before we invite our colleagues from the other cities to close this public session. Maestro, please. Well, I thank you all, and I apologize for the failures in the communication. It's a pity that I was not able to visually present the project Boca de Basso, but I think we will have many opportunities in the future to grow these connections and relationships with other cities of the world, but also with other movements, artistic, creative, cultural movements, mainly in Latin America. Brazil is that huge island of Portuguese language, but we can connect to Latin America and share our experiences and make the possibility for greater exchange and connections between artists of Salvador and artists in other creative cities of UNESCO. Maestro, thank you very much. I think the proposal of Santo Domingo to create the Caribbean nodule, we have to take to the whole of Latin America. Now I invite our colleagues from yesterday, from the creative cities Bogotá, Medellin, and Valledupar, to close this session. And thank you all. It was quite long. We all went over time, that we had so many things to say. But I welcome our colleagues from UAG and propose a meeting, a private meeting of this same group of cities to advance. And what would have been the second part of the meeting, but I think for our public and as a record for us regarding the projects and the wills of all the cities. This is going to be very important. We have recorded a basis of the interest of everyone. So can we do a very brief summary in the private session? But for now, from UAG, we want to thank you all and bid you farewell. Medellin, UAG, Bogotá, Valledupar, Havana, Frutia, Santo Domingo, Salvador. Goodbye. Thank you for your patience. We greet you as creative cities of Latin America. We close this private broadcast and we hope to see you tomorrow during the last day of the seminar on music and social transformation. Thank you all and farewell.